Hi everyone, it's good to have you. Welcome to the part 2 of our ongoing series, the Zomato clone. And uh, quickly, I'll just be showing you what we're going to be doing in this section, in this part. So we've concluded this part earlier. Remember, it's beautiful. So if I just go now and then let's press on Pizza Hut, and then if you go to Pizza Hut, see this is beautiful, and everything is coming from our MongoDB. Everything is coming from the back end. I'm going to be showing you how we did all that. So if we see, you can see everything is arranged according to the menu item. So we have the veggie pizza, and then inside under the veggie pizza we have veggie supreme, and then we have the veggie feast, we have the chili penne pizza, and you can see the next category, the next menu we have newly launched. You can see this is beautiful, and then we have margherita pizza, and you can see this is beautiful, and you can see some of the items there are customizable. So if it's customizable, that means it has additive in it. So if we come to this down, doesn't have customization, so there's no additive, you can add it to cart immediately, and you can see it's already showing here. And then you can increase water quantity. This is beautiful, isn't it? And then for the one that has customization, let's say we take this, look at this, is beautiful. It will redirect you to another page, and then we can add our customization. Look at this beautiful UI. I'm going to show you everything, and even the customization is coming from the back end, and I'm going to show you how everything is integrated seamlessly. This is superb, and you can choose what. Look at this, you can choose, and if I toggle it, it goes off. And then you can choose, if I choose medium, and then I can go back and choose regular, you can see how everything is working in real time, and it's changing the price, the add item price. And then you can see this is $40 plus the price, the total price of the item. So if I remove this, you can see showing the price of the item. So if I add the additive, it will add it towards to the price, and everything is done in real time. If I change it to 80, look at it's changed, it has changed to 84, and you can choose. Look at this, is beautiful. So it's retaining the two because they don't belong to the same category. And you see we have add-on, this is add-ons, and this is size. This is size, this is add-on, and then we have choose your size and dessert, and this is beautiful. And if I choose another one, you see it's changing and it's updating the price in real time. And I can come here, let's choose chicken, BBQ chicken, and you can see we have 3 selected additives here from the 3 categories we have. And then we can also update the quantity. If I update the quantity, you can see the price has changed. If I update the quantity to 3, and you can see everything is working in real time, and we have 3 quantity. Let's say we add this to our cart, so we can add the additive. This is beautiful. Look at this, this is beautiful, and it is recognizing it. It has changed. If I press on the additive, let's press on the plus icon again, and look at beautiful. You can see it's changed, that's taking us toward another UI, so for us to update toward the customization. So this is superb. I'm going to be showing you all of these, and if I increase it, look at, see it is increasing, and it's increasing the number. Look at this, it has increased to 4 here, everything working seamlessly. And then you can see the price is also being updated. If I reduce it, look at this, is beautiful. And if I come here, I can add what? I can add new additive. Look at this, is awesome, this is beautiful. And then I can come here, and you see we have our 3, we have a 3, and then see this is beautiful. And if I reduce it, and if it's equal to 1, if I decrease it again, look at beautiful, it has removed it from the cart, and you can see the additive is no longer there. So without wasting time, I'm going to be showing you how to do all this in this part. So especially before I show you the whole thing, I want to thank you everyone that has been liking this video, everyone for your comment. Thank you for your support, I so much appreciate it. That's what gives me the ginger, what gives me the inspiration to do more, to continue with this. Please keep it coming, I love it so much, and trust me, I will always respond to it. Give me your questions, let's do this together. Thank you. So the next thing we want to do now is we want to do the navigation aspect, where when we press on any of the restaurant, it will redirect us toward the restaurant screen. So we need to do that navigation. But before we do that, let's quickly go to our location. I realized that I didn't pass the opacity there, so I'll just come here. I didn't pass this opacity, I didn't assign it. See, I did not assign it. So I'm just going to let me make this 50. So when this is 50, the location ender will disappear, the opacity will be 0. So I'll just come here and say style. So style, I'm going to use an array of style. So see, and name opacity, and that's all we need to do. So this will disappear at the point of 50. So I think that's all. So we're going to create a navigation context so that we can pass navigation from any of our components, so we won't have to be passing navigation from one place to another manually. So we'll just use the navigation context. We create a context for the navigation so that we can navigate from any point in our application from any component. So that's what we're actually going to do. So I'll just come here, I'll come to our context, go to the context folder. So inside here, I'm going to create navigation context. I'm going to create that file. So I'll call it navigation context.tsx. So quickly, I'm just going to say, let's create an interface. So I'm going to call it navigation context type. So it's a navigation. So navigation, we're going to be using composite navigation. So composite navigation props, that's the props that allow us to combine multiple navigations. So we want to combine, in our case now, in our context, we are using the bottom tab navigation, and then we are using the root stack navigation. So we want to combine these navigations together. So you can combine multiple navigations using these composite navigation props, so that from there we can navigate to any of the screens or any of the tabs from any of our components anywhere we are in our app. So that's just the idea. So I'm going to get composite navigation props. So let me bring this down. Composite navigation props. From React. Yes, from React navigation /native. Then, so this composite navigation props, we are going to pass our bottom tab first. So we're going to pass our bottom tab. So to do that, we need to get the bottom tab navigation props as well. Bottom tabs. All this explanation, I've made an extensive comprehensive explanation of this in my navigation tutorial, so you can just check my channel and get that tutorial. So tabs navigation, we need tabs navigation props, bottom tabs navigation props. It seems it's not bringing that up. Let's see. Okay, should be bottom tab navigation. Yes, let me reduce this for now. Bottom tab navigation props. Yes, it will be from bottom tabs. Yes, that's correct. Then inside it, we're going to, because our bottom tab, we call our bottom tabs, we call it tab stack params. So we'll import tab stack params, and then from there we go, because you can see it's bringing them up. So we're going to use home as a default here, or undefined. So that's the first screen. That's the first navigation. So the second one, I'll just bring this down, and the second one will be, we're going to use native stack navigation. That's for our root stack. So it's native stack navigation. Native stack navigation props. So we're going to import that from our native stack, and then inside that native stack navigation props, we'll pass the root stack params. That's for our root stack. So root stack params, we call it root stack params. Yes, we import it from our root navigation, and then the first there is tab stack. It's supposed to bring that for us automatically. So let's check why. So it seems we have an error here. Let's check what the error is. So let's bring this down first to show. Okay, so we'll bring this in. So the first one is the bottom tab, and the second one is the root navigator. So let's bring this here. And then where's this error coming from? Let's check native stack navigation props. Oh, it's not native stack navigation props, it's native stack navigation prop. So the S should be gone. Then let's remove this and import it again. So it's not this. Then we can pass generic to the navigator props. So it should be native stack navigation, not navigator. So we need native stack navigation props. This is what we need, prop. Cool, and the error is gone. So if I take this out, take all this and we'll rewrite them again. So we have our root stack params. It's supposed to bring that's the thing. So it's supposed to bring all the stack there, all the screens there. So these are the roots. So we have tap stack, that's what we're going to take, and then we're going to write or undefine. That's it. We no longer have any error there. So we can come here and say export. We say export context. Let's say export const. Let's call it nav context. And then let's import create context from React. And then we'll pass our navigation context type or null. Then the default will be null. That's all we need to do here. So I'll save these and then we'll go to our home screen. We need to import the context provider. We need to bring it to the nav context. We need to wrap our home screen with it. So we'll come to our home screen here and inside here. So I'm going to close this and then we import nav context from our navigation context. So I'm going to do it this way. So that provider. So I'll bring this entire code here and import it inside our nav context and put it inside our nav context. So inside here now, I'm going to say, so inside our nav context, we need to provide a value, and the value will be navigation. Cool, and everything is working out fine. And then we're taking the navigation here. So that's what we're passing as the value, so we can access it anywhere inside our component. So we're good to go. I think that's all we need to do here. So we go to our restaurant screen. We go to our restaurant card, so we can navigate to the restaurant screen from there. So come here. So inside our restaurant card, first of all, let's import the context, the use context. So we're going to say const, let's call it nav. So nav we'll call it use context, and then we'll bring our nav context. So we've imported our nav context. Then we can come inside our pressable here. Inside our pressable here, I'll say onPress. We'll call the function, and then we're going to say nav. So we pass the optional chain in case it's not defined, so it won't throw an error. So nav, then navigation. So inside navigation, we'll get what navigate. You can see it's that simple, and then you see it will bring all the screens because we've combined them using composite props, navigation props. So you can see it's bringing all the screens we have. So, and I want to navigate to the restaurant screen, and then we're going to pass. For now, we've not passed anything, so we just pass an empty object, and everything is fine. So you see, this is working well. This is beautiful. So everything is fine. There's no error. So we can now go. And navigate to, or we can now navigate to our restaurant screen. But before we do that, we need to create a restaurant screen. We've not done that. So come to our screen here. Our screen. So there's no restaurant screen. So let's create restaurant screen. TSRNF. So we'll go to our route navigator, and inside our route navigator we need to create the route and the screen for the restaurant. So inside our route navigator here, I'm going to just remove this. So inside our restaurant screen, I'm just going to create, I'm going to call it items, and then we can now we'll get all the restaurant params here and just pass it into it. So that's it. That's all we need to do. I'll just pass the restaurant params. I'll pass it inside the item. Then let's import this. So I think we're good to go. So we've imported this. Then we need to pass it to our restaurant card now. So we pass what item. That's why it's throwing error. So the error is gone. So we're passing the item. Then we can come out of the restaurant card. can close that, and then let's create the screen. So we'll come down here. I'm just going to duplicate this and then adjust accordingly. So we're going to call this, the name here is restaurant screen. Then instead of restaurant screen, we'll import restaurant screen. Cool, and everything's working fine. So we pass the name is the restaurant screen here. So that's the name. Let's collapse this. So we can now go to our restaurant screen. Inside our restaurant screen, so come here. Then we'll bring up the root stack screen props. And inside here we'll get the restaurant screen. And then we'll have the navigation here as well. Navigation and routes. So we're good to go. And then we'll come here and say const. So we'll get the item we're passing from our home screen. So we'll get the root.params, and then the one we're passing from our home screen, it'll be item. So that's the thing. And then so we could display the items. Let's just get, I'm going to say const restaurant, let's say restaurant details. So we'll make it equal to item. So we can now say, let's come here and say console.log restaurant details. Then we can also come inside here, and inside our view, I'm going to give this view a C style. Then I'll come here and then import safe area view. Safe area view from React Native. I'm going to give it flex 1. So inside here, let's just say we declare text, and then let's make it let's get a restaurant details dot. So let's get the name. So I'm going to give it style font size of, let's give it font size of 70. So now we're going to move to, so I'm going to move Pizza Hut. I'm going to press on it so that it will redirect toward the restaurant screen. You can see beautiful. This is working out well. I just passed it. If we move to Louis Burger, and you can see this is beautiful. Everything is working out fine. So so let's go to Pizza Hut, and then let's start working with the restaurant screen. So I'll remove this. So the first thing we need to create in the restaurant screen now is the restaurant screen header. So I'll just come into let's go into our component. Inside our component, I need to create another folder inside the component folder for our restaurant screen. So I'll come here and create another folder. Let's call it restaurant component. So inside the restaurant component, I'm going to create header. Let's call it restaurant header. .tsx. So restaurant screen header, inside restaurant screen header, I'm going to use tsrnf, and then we're going to let's import restaurant screen header. So we'll come here and say let's import restaurant screen header. So restaurant screen header has been imported. So we can go back to restaurant screen header. Inside restaurant screen header, we save this. And then we save this. So inside this restaurant screen header, you can see it's already showing something there. It's showing the restaurant screen header already. So it's working. So we'll come inside here. Inside this view. So we're going to see style, and then we have the style. We have the restaurant screen style dot header. So we have the header container. So let me get restaurant style. So let's go to our style component and get restaurant style. So we can get restaurant style, and then we have the header container. Let's get the header container. So you can see, so we're giving the flex direction rule, justify content space between align item center, padding horizontal 5, and then we're passing the shadow style. So because we're going to be using the shadow style also, I just had to write it in a constant. I just create a constant for it. I just created it, so we can just call it. So we have the shadow style. We don't have to be repeating all this all the time. So we'll just call the shadow style. So that's all we're doing here. So we can come here now. So inside the restaurant, so we can have in here we'll have the view. So view will be, so come to our view, pass style to it, and then we're going to get flex row grab. So we declare first flex row grab earlier from our header style. So we're just calling it from there. So if I go to our header style, let me show you flex row grab. So we declare it. You see, there's it. So we declare it. So we're importing it from here. Flex direction rule, just if I got a space between and gap 5. So we declare them so we can just use them. We can reuse it. So you get, like I said, I'll leave the styles, all the styles in the status template so you can get them. So we won't waste time on it. So we have flex row gap. And then we have, after this, we come in here and then we import touchable opacity. So inside touchable opacity, we'll have the compressor. In our header, we need to pass some props to it. So we need to go to our restaurant. Let's go to our types params, and then so quickly we go to our types, and we're going to say export interface restaurant screen params, or let's just call it restaurant params. Let's call it restaurant screen params. So restaurant screen params, we're going to give it a title. So the title will be name. It will be string. It'll be a string. Then we'll have an unpressed there, an unpressed function. An unpressed will be, we'll pass our optional chain into it. So, and then it's going to be void. So we can save this and import it here. So we import restaurant screen params, and then we'll get our title, and then we'll get our unpress. So inside our restaurant, we need to also pass that. So we'll pass title and unpress, we'll pass it shortly. So let's come here. So let's just come here and pass everything straight away so the error can go. So we'll get the title. So the title will be equal to, okay, let's just get our item.title.name. So it will be, we're getting it from here, item.name from our, that was passed from the home screen. And then we'll have the, okay, let me bring it down. Then we have our onPress. So onPress will be navigation dot go back. So it will be navigation dot go back. So we're using this navigation here. We're using this navigation, so it will go back. So we're good to go. So if we save it, we'll now come here. Let's start passing. So inside the touchable opacity, we're going to get onPress. on press, we pass on press into it. So inside here I want to pass iron icon, so let's import it. We're going to have to import iron icons. Need to close this. So I'm going to pass iron icons. I'll say name. The name will be arrow back. Then we'll pass size into it. So size will be 24. And then let's give it color. So color, let's get our colors from our constant. Colors.black. And then we're good to go here. We can come outside of this and get view, import view from React Native. So we're going to say view. And inside this view, we'll import text from React Native. And inside the text, we're going to display the title. So we have the title, and the title, let's give it a style. So we're going to say restaurant screen style. Restaurant screen style dot. So we're going to have the header title. So we have the header title there, and then we're going to have text. I'm going to say recommended for you. And then inside recommended for you, we would have, let's add some, where's the style for that? So we're going to get a restaurant screen dot header recommended. So if we save everything, you can see beautiful. This is beautiful, isn't it? This is beautiful. So we can come, let me show you the style. So we have the header style. So the header style, we are passing the size to it, font size rather, and then opacity of 0.5. Then we have recommended header. We have the font size is different from the title. So that's just the difference. So we'll come here. After that, so we'll come outside of this view and then bring touchable opacity, and inside that we'll bring our iron icon again. And inside this iron icon, we're going to get the name. So the name will be ellipses. So we need ellipses vertical. So we don't need a circle. So we need ellipses vertical sharp. And then we'll pass the size. This size will be 24. So if I save this, cool, you can see that's what we're talking about. Everything is rendering beautifully. So we can continue. I think we're done with this. We're done with the what? With the header, the restaurant header. So if I press the go back button now, this is beautiful. You see, it has gone back. This is beautiful. And if I use, you see, we have Louis Burger. If I press go back, it goes back. If I go to Chicken Republic, you have Chicken Republic there. And then if I press go back, it goes back. This is beautiful. So we can continue. So we're done with the restaurant header. So we can close this. Go back to our restaurant screen. So outside of the restaurant screen header, so we'll come here and then we'll use view. So import view from React Native, and then this add a style to that. So the style we're going to use is restaurant style, restaurant screen style. So it's been imported here as well. Then we have the sorting container. So sorting container. So this is what we're talking about. It has the, you still remember the shadow style. So we're importing it here, spreading it, and then padding vertical to index 200. So that's just what we're doing there. And then, so inside here we want to import our menu filter tab. Just remember the menu filter tab that we use in the home screen, and inside it we'll get the filter label, and this time it will be filter. Then we also need to get the tab list, and the tab list will be our filter, so we just maintain the filter tab list that we used earlier. And if I save it, cool, this is beautiful, isn't it? You can see it's horizontally scrollable. That's beautiful. And initial one was sort, this one now is filter. So I think we're good to go with that. Then we'll come outside of this view. Then we're going to, so inside here, I'm going to import flat list. So we want to render the data here. So we want to render the data for our restaurant screen. So I'm going to get flat list. So we'll get flat list from React Native. And inside the flat list, we'll have to render what we want to render inside the flat list now is the menu and the menu items for this restaurant. So the way I'm going to do it is that I'm going to categorize every menu item that belongs to this restaurant under their respective menus. So for each of the menu, you see, so the menu will be the header, and then the items that belongs to that menu will follow suit, will display under that menu category, then the next menu, and then the menu items that belongs to it, and it will be for this restaurant. So that's the next thing we're going to do. And to do that means we need to work with our backend. We need to create the menu, we need to create it in a database, and then we need to create the menu items so that we can fetch them. And then we create a menu for each restaurant and menu item for each restaurant. Then we can now group them. We can now group all the menu and the menu items that belongs to a particular restaurant. That's what we'll now fetch and display anytime we navigate to that restaurant screen. So that's what we're going to do next. So quickly, we're going to our backend to create the menu and then the restaurant. So we'll come here. So for now, we can minimize this. So we'll come to our model here. So inside our model, we'll come to our, let's close this asset. So inside our models, we are going to create menu model. So let's create menu model.ts. So I won't be wasting time. We already done all these things before, so I'm just going to copy from here and make adjustment to it accordingly. So menu model. So inside our menu model, we only need the menu name, and the restaurant ID. So each menu must belong to a restaurant. So what we're just going to do is we need a menu name. So I'm going to say menu name, and it's type string, and then it's required true. Then we're just going to use it for restaurant ID. So restaurant ID will be, let's say it's going to be Mongos. So we're going to get Mongos. Is mongos.schema.types. We're going to get the types, and then it's object ID, and then it's going to be, let's pass the ref. So ref will be restaurant. Then we'll add comma to it. So that's all we need to do here. That's all we need. We don't need image URL. And every data remains the same. Timestamp. Then we'll come here. This is going to be menus. So we need to create the params there, and then we're going to call this menus. And then let's change the title here. So we're going to call it menu schema. So we're going to change this to menu schema. This will be menus. And then let's quickly get the params for it. So the params will go to our types. So our types check we will, so let's just use this restaurant types to do all the types. So after this, we'll just come here and say, let's say export interface menu params, and then menu name will be string. Then we have the restaurant ID. The restaurant ID will be string as well. And that's all we need to do here. So we'll come back to our controller, and we'll come back to our menu model rather. So let's bring the menu model here, and then we import. Let's import menu params. So we're good to go. And quickly we'll go to the controller and get the menu controller. So inside the controllers here, we'll create inside the controllers folder, let's create menu controller. .ts. So inside menu controller, we're going to copy everything from our restaurant controller and bring to our menu controller. So and then just make adjustments to it. So here we're going to say create menu. So we're going to delete all these, we won't be needing them. And in here we're going to get the menu name, and it's going to be menu params. So let's import menu params. So it's already informing us that these are not types in it. So we have we have the restaurant ID. So we're good to go. And in here we will not be using this part. So I'm going to say menus, and then we import menus. And inside there we won't have all this. So I'm just going to remove everything. Then we have the menu name, and then we have the restaurant ID. So that's all we need to do here. So we'll come here, and then we'll come here, and this will be menus. And this will be, let's call it menu. And this will be menu. So the next thing we want to do here is we want to get menu. So if you want to get a single menu, so we can, but in our case, I think we'll get all menu. That's what we need. So we'll not waste time. If we need to get a single, we'll come and write it later. But for now, I think we need to get all the menus. So we're going to use this get all menus. Got all menu. Then we come here, and then we import. We get what the menus dot find, and then everything is fine. So we'll come here, and then we get the menu. So we can save this now. So I think we're good to go. We've created everything we need to create here. So we can go to our route. So to do that, we need to create the route file. We'll go to our route folder. Inside the route folder, we'll create the menu route. Menu route.ts. And as usual, I'm going to copy from our restaurant route. Then another thing we need to do, we need to export. We need to get the index for our controller and export everything inside the menu controller. So let's just import this here. So we'll go to our controller index. Inside our controller index, we export export all from menu controller. So we save this and then we'll come here. So instead of our menu route, we won't be needing. So we're not going to be using the image storage because we're not passing any image there. So we'll need this and we'll need images. So here we're going to say create menu, and then we're going to import create menu from our controllers, correct? And then we're going to say get menus. And then we're going to get all menus. And I think everything is fine. And then we need to change this to menu routes. So we're going to export. And we don't need Malta and parts, so so we'll also get the index for the route folder. So we'll get the index and let's export all from menu routes. So we save that. Then we'll come to our express. So inside our express, I'm just going to copy this and then make adjustments to it. So I'll just come here and say I'll say menu. I'll change this to menu. And then we're going to get menu routes. So we're good to go. Everything is working out fine. So quickly, I'm also going to create for the menu item so that we can just do it sequentially. You can just add them together to the database. So I'll come here. Let's go back to our model and then create the menu item. So we create menu item dot ts cells, menu item model dot ts. So we'll come to our menu. Let's get the menu model, copy it, and go to menu item and then make adjustments accordingly. So inside our menu, we want to call this, we'll call this menu item schema, and then it will have the name. It will remain this. Then we'll need the image. Image will be image URL. We'll use image here, and then it will be an array. So we go get the type. The type will be string, and then we'll required is true. So it's supposed to be an array of objects, not object of array. So it's going to be this way, and then we turn this, and then true. So we're good to go, and then we can add a comma here, and then after this, so we'll get the description. So the description will be of type. So let me just get the type here. Type. So make it required. Then we can get the price. So the price will be type of number. Price will be number. Then we can get, and it will be required. Then we get the restaurant ID. So we just leave it like this. It will have restaurant ID, and each menu item must belong to a restaurant, and it must belong to a menu. So each menu item must belong to a restaurant, and each menu must belong to a restaurant. So that's the thing. But each menu item must belong to a restaurant and a menu ID. So you can call it at the menu, at the restaurant level, or at the menu level. So we're going to call this menu ID, and then we'll just leave the same, and then we get the menu. So we call it menus. So and it will be required true. So after that, we can come here, and then we get the subtotal. No, let's copy the price, make adjustment to it. So we can have the subtotal. So subtotal will be number, and the default will be 0. So we're using default here. So default will be 0. So we want to get is customizable. Is it customizable? That means it has additive. So that's what we're saying, customizable. So it's customizable. If it's customizable, then it has additive. So we want to pass boolean here. Boolean, and we'll remove the required. Yes, let's make it required true so that we can know if it's customizable or not. So then we would have is recommended. So it's recommended. This type is boolean and is required true. Is it special? Is it part of special goods? So get that. Is it special? Is it part of special features? So that's what I want to get. Is special. Type boolean required true. Is it most ordered? It's most ordered. Most ordered. So boolean we might remove true for the may not be required. So I think we're good to go. So what we need to do is come down here and then change this to menu items. So I'm just going to say menu items. Then here we're going to be passing menu item. Then we bring menu item schema. So we say menu item schema, and this will be menu items. And then in here we want to change the params to be menu item params. Menu item params. So we need to create that, and then we can import it. So let's go to our type. So let's come to restaurant type. So we're going to say export interface menu item params. Menu item params, it will have ID will be string. Then it will have the name will be string. It will have image, let's call it image URL. So image URL will be string. Then it will have, let's say, is description will be string as well. It has a price will be string. Price will be number. Price is not string, it's number. And then it has menu ID. Menu ID can be optional. So menu ID, it'll be string. Then it has restaurant ID. Restaurant ID can be optional as well, and then it will also be string. Then we have is recommended. Yes, is recommended. Is recommended can be a string. So I'm just going to copy this. So we can move it a little faster. So we're also going to add selected additive. Selected additives will be additives. So we need to create the additives. Then additives total. So we need additive total. Additive total will be number. Then we have the subtotal. Subtotal will be number. So we need to create the additives. Subtotal will also be optional. So we're going to say export. Export interface. Additives. So additives will be an object, and then it's to have ID. ID will be string. It will have name. Name will be string. It will have parent ID. Parent ID. Parent ID will be string. It will have price. And the price will be number. So we're good to go and everything is fine so far. So we can save this and come back to our menu item params. So you can import it now. Import menu item params, and it's cool. It has been imported. So we can save this as well. Come here, let's remove the ones we are not using. Cool. So we can save this and then come to, let's go to our, let's create menu item controller. So we can come here and see, inside the controller, we'll create the menu item controller. So to create the menu item, we say menu items controller.ts, and then we're just quickly going to copy from our restaurant, from our menu controller. So we're going to copy everything. No, we can copy from our, let's copy from our restaurant controller, So we'll copy everything here because we'll be using the image in here. So we have menu items controller, and inside the menu item controller, we'll just make adjustment to it accordingly. So we'll come here and say, so let's remove these. We won't be using this. We won't be using this, so that we can see what we'll need on the go. So we're going to say create. I'm going to create food item. So inside here, so we can just come here and say, we can say const items equals. So we're going to bring in menu item params, and then we're going to say require dot body. So we can just save everything inside the items. Then we'll have the, so we'll leave these, delete the files. Then we'll leave this. We're going to save it inside the assets. So we'll leave the path as well. So we get the image URL. Everything here will remain the same. Then we can come here and say const. Let's say const food items, and then we're going to get menu items. Let's import menu items, and inside here, inside the menu items, we're going to spread it. So we're just going to remove this, remove all of this. So we're going to say spread items. Then inside items, we'll make the image URL equal to image URL. It's that simple. So we're making the image URL equal to what? This image URL. And that's all we need to do here. So we'll come down here and say food items.save. Then we can get the restaurant. We can change this. This will now be food item. So we can call this food item. So we can call this food items, and so let's console it so that I won't waste time on that. So we'll say So we say food item created successfully. So we're good to go here, and that's all we need to do here. Everything is fine. So we can come to the get all. So just come here and say get, let's say get all foods. Get all food. So we'll say let's get menu items here. Menu items dot find, and then we'll get the result. And I think that's all we need to do. So we say food items. So we can save this, and then we'll come to our controller index. Inside our controller index, so we're going to come here and say export all from menu item controller and save it. So before we go, we need to write another function, another handler, a get request in the controller. So quickly let's go to our menu items controller. So inside our menu item controller, so let's write this here. So I'm going to let's call it export const get, let's call it get restaurant menu, and let's call it menu items. So we want to get the menu items for each menu that belongs to that restaurant. So for each menu that belongs to the restaurant, it has menu items. So we want to categorize everything. So and we'll fetch it from database. So to do that, we're going to use the async method, and then we'll have our request equal to request, and then we have response. Response will be equal to response. So inside here, we're going to say const, let's say restaurant ID. Let's get the restaurant ID. The restaurant ID will be equal to request dot params restaurant ID. So we'll come here and using our try catch block. So we're going to say, we're going to get the menus first, menus that belongs to the restaurant. So we're going to say await. Let's import menus dot find. So to get that, we're going to use restaurant. So restaurant ID. Let's turn this should be restaurant ID. So we say restaurant ID, where restaurant ID is equal to restaurant ID. So we want to find inside the menu where all the menus whose restaurant ID is equal to what? This restaurant ID. So it will fetch all those menus inside these menus. And we'll come down here and get the menu items. So we're going to say menu items. Menu items will be equal to await. So we'll say menu items dot find, and inside the menu items dot find, we'll get the menu ID. We'll get the menu ID, and then through the menu ID we'll use the match criteria. So we'll use this in, and then we'll get from the menus. Then we'll map through it. So we're going to use map function, and inside the map function we'll see for menu. So menu will return menu ID. We're going to say menu.id. So what we're just saying here is that inside the menu items, it will find the menu ID, which from the menu ID, it will now match it with what? The menus that we stored here. So we're mapping through all the menus that is stored here, and then it will combine them. So it will get the menu items that belongs to all the menus that is stored here. Remember, inside these menus, we store all the menus whose restaurant ID is equal to what? The restaurant ID we passed here. The restaurant ID here. So we stored all those menus that has this restaurant ID in them. So we are storing them inside these menus. So when we now come to menu item, we're finding menu item. Inside the menu item, we're getting the menu ID, where the menu ID, and then we'll match it with what? Where the menus dot what id for each of this menu dot id. So we'll get all the restaurant items that has these menus, the ID of these menus that are stored here. So all we're just doing now, we're now here, we are getting the menu items who has their menu ID equal to any of these menus here. So we're getting all those restaurant items who has their menu ID equal to the menus, the ID of the menus here. So that's what we're just doing. If we come here, we can see, we send the response. So it's going to be JSON response. So we're going to see, so now we're going to return all the menus, and then we'll return all the menu items. So that's what we're sending back. So for the catch, we'll just return this. So we can save this. I think we're good to go. So we can come to our index controller and save this. I think it should export everything automatically. So we'll go to our menu item route. Inside the route, let's create the menu items route. Menu items route.ts. So without wasting time, we'll just go to our restaurant route. So we can close this. So inside our restaurant route, we're just going to copy everything inside the restaurant route and bring it to menu route and then make adjustment accordingly. So every other thing here remains the same. We'll leave the router, the image storage is the same, we'll leave it there. So inside here, we're going to call this, we're going to call this create food, and then we have the images there. And then we are going to call this create food item. We called it create food item. Let's see, create food item from our controller. So it has been imported, and this one will be, let's get menu items, and then we're going to import, I think we have get all food. So here we're going to have, let's call it get restaurant menu, then menu items. So, and this will have a placeholder. We have the params. So let's pass the params, and then let's call it restaurant ID. We're going to call the restaurant ID, and then let's import that. So we're going to say get restaurant menu items. So it has been imported. Everything is working out fine. So we can come here and export everything as food. Let's call it food item route. So we're good to go. We'll go to our index for the route and also the route index. So let's take out the menu controller. So this is the route index. So we'll come here and then export all from menu items route. So we save this, and then let's go to our express. So inside our express, I'm just going to copy this and make adjustment. So we're going to call this, let's call this food, and then we're going to call this, we called it food item route. So we call it food item route. So from our route, it will import it, and that's all we need to do here. So this is saved. So we can now go get started with our menu items. Let's go get started. We'll go to our postman. So this is the postman. This is what we'll be using. Remember, we called it menu and then create menu. So let's go check it again. You can see we called it menu here, and inside the control, inside the route, so we call it menu. Let's get menu route. So inside we call it create menu. So it has to be the same. So that's what we're using. So we'll go back to our postman. And this is our postman. We have menu and we have our create menu. That's the same thing. The port is the same, 8084, and it's a post request. So we'll come to our body here, and we will not be using form data because in the menu we are not passing image. So if you use form data, it won't work. So we're going to be using the XWWW form URL encoded instead. So that's what you press, you hit on that and enable that. So inside here we have menu, I think we call it menu name. So menu name, the first menu name for Pizza Hut. So this is, we're going to create for menu for pizza. So the first, we're going to call it veg pizza. That will be the menu name. Then next thing, we need to get a restaurant ID. So the restaurant ID, we'll get the restaurant ID from our database. So inside our restaurant ID, we want to create a menu for pizza. So we'll get the menu ID, the restaurant ID here. So we'll just copy the restaurant ID from here and then come back to our postman. So inside our postman, the restaurant ID will be this. So if everything is fine, if we press send, we should be able to have our menu ID. So let's see how it goes. Cool, menu created successfully. So we've been able to create it. So I will just go ahead and create the menus for all the restaurants, the menu for each restaurant, and then with the restaurant ID. At least you've seen how it works. That's just the thing. So let's quickly go and do menu items too, so that I can just create one and show you how it works. Then I can go ahead and create and fill up the database with the menu items, so we won't waste time. So you can also do the same. Thank you. Then in our restaurant, restaurant types params, I noticed something. So here our subtotal, yes, our subtotal should be this, because that's what we use in our restaurant, in our model, in our menu items model. So in our menu item models, we use our subtotal, so it should be the same, so that we'll avoid unnecessary error. So let's try to add the menu item. So you see here we have food and we have create food. And if I'll quickly show you, inside the Express we have food, and then we have the menu item, we have create food. So it has to be the same, it must be the same. So the first food we'll create, let's call it, the first food we create, we'll call it Veggie Supreme. So for Veggie Supreme, let's get the image for that. So I'm going to get the image from my local machine. So you get all these images too. I'll leave the link in the description box so you can get it. So we have Pizza Hut, and then I'm just going to pick something randomly. So I'm just going to pick something from here so we can use it. So let me just pick this. Okay, let me pick this Veggie Supreme. So I'll leave this, we'll leave the price the way it is right now. So most of these things have been pre-filled, so we can move faster. So the menu ID, so we need to get the menu ID for Pizza Hut. The menu ID for Veggie Supreme will be under Veggie Supreme will be under the Veg Pizza, and that was what we created here. We created a Veg Pizza was what we just created. So we can quickly copy this restaurant ID, so it belongs to this restaurant. So copy this restaurant ID and bring it to restaurant ID here. So we use the restaurant ID. So we need to go to that menu, the menu that we created now, and then get the menu ID. So we'll go to our menus. You see menus already showing in our database, and you can see cool, we have what Veg Pizza, and so we get the ID here. So we're going to get the ID, copy the ID from here and bring it to menu ID. So I think we're good to go. So restaurant ID is customizable. Let's make this true. So it's special offer. So we can just do what you feel like, what suits you. So we just make the rest false so we can move on. And if everything works fine, if I save it, it should be created. So this here we are using form data because we are passing image URL. So it's form data. So if I good, so food item created successfully, that means everything worked out. So if we go back to our database, we should have menu items. See, it has created menu items. So if we go there, we should have it called Veggie Supreme, and you can see it's showing the image URL, everything displaying well. So I'll just go ahead and populate all the menu items and then all the menus. So I'll get back to you after that. So I've added all the menus and then the menu items. So I'm just going to quickly show you. So the first example we'll do, you can just replicate the same process and then you'll create all the menus and the menu ID. So if you come here now, we have our menu here. So let me just refresh these so you can see all the menus I've created. So refreshing these, you see I've created 9 menus, and then we have veg pizza, we have newly launched, and all these are this veg pizza newly launched, and then margarita pizza. They are all under our pizza restaurant. So these are the menus at the pizza restaurant. I created 3 menus, and then we have this for burger, Louis Slims, and then lunch combo, value combo. So that's all for our burger restaurant. We have for Chicken Republic as well. So these are the menus I've created. So you just replicate the same process and then you get the same result. So we'll go to the menu item. So if I click on the menu item, it should display it. So it's loading. So I've created 16 menu items, each belonging to a specific menu. So each menu item belongs to what? A menu, and then it also belongs to a restaurant. Like this veggie supreme now is the menu item, is the food. So this food belongs to what? The restaurant. We're using the restaurant ID, and it belongs to the Pizza Hut restaurant, and it has the menu ID. This menu ID belongs to the, let me just open the menus. It belongs to the veg pizza, so it's under that category. So you see veg pizza has this ID and it's F90. So if I come to this place, you can see it's the same. So it has veg F90, so that means it belongs to that menu, and then it belongs to the restaurant Pizza Hut. So that's the restaurant it belongs to. So I've created 16 menu items. So this one also is still under, belongs to the veg pizza menu. So it's using the ID and it still belongs to what? Pizza Hut. And then you will see, if you come here now, see the menu ID has changed. So this belongs to another menu, and then it belongs to, I think this is newly launched. So if we go to newly launched, you can see good, it has the same ID. So it has the same ID, so it belongs to newly launched. So, and it's also still under Pizza Hut restaurant. So that's how we created everything. And then we also created for Louis Burger. So it's just the same approach. We create for Louis Burger and Chicken Republic. So just follow the same process and then you create. I think this is simple enough, so we won't waste time. So we can go back to here, and you can see everything is created correctly, and it's showing it in our terminal. So we use console.log. So we'll come to our menu item here. So now we can fetch. We've created the code to fetch this menu item from our front end. So let's go and get these items from our front end, so that we can display it in our restaurant. So we'll come back to the front end. We'll come back to this place, and then so the next thing we want to do is we want to create a hook that will enable us fetch all the items belonging to a specific restaurant. So we fetch the items based on this restaurant, and then the menu ID belongs to. So to do that, we'll go back to our hook folder, and then inside our hook, I'm going to create a file. So let's call it fetch menu item. Fetch menu items.tsx. So inside this, I'm just going to copy this, and then we'll make changes to it accordingly. So I'll just copy this, and then bring it here so we can make changes and move faster. So I'm going to call these let's call this use restaurant menu. And then this is going to have the restaurant ID. It will have the restaurant ID, which is string. And then we're going to come here. We'll get, in this place, we need to get the menu. And then we need to get, so let's call it menus. And then we're going to get this from our menu params. So menu params. So we've not created any menu params, so let's try and create that. So if we come to our types here, we obviously don't have a menu params here, so let's quickly create one. So I'm going to say export menu params. and then we're supposed to put the interface. Export menu param, so it will have an ID. The ID will be string. It will have menu name. The menu name will be string as well, so it will have restaurant ID. Restaurant ID will be string. Then quickly let's create the fetch. Let's create an interface. Let's call it fetch menu. So fetch menus will get data, and then the data will be result, and then it's going to be an array of menu params. So menu params to be in the array. Then we also want to render the menu, to render it inside our flat list, because for it to work inside the flat list we have to use the item keyword as well, so please be mindful of it. So menu params, and then we are going to get an item, and item will be equal to menu params. So I think we're good to go. So I'll save this and then come here and let's import menu params. Cool. So I'll quickly copy this and let's change this to menu items. So I'm going to go menu items, and then we need to create menu item params as well. So let's quickly go back here, and then we're just going to do the same: import interface menu item params. So I'm just going to, we've already done this before, so I'm just going to copy this and then paste it here, and then we'll make adjustment to it accordingly. So we'll be using all this. So I'm going to call this, let's call it a customization. So we've not created the okay, we have additives, so I'm just get the additive from the back end as well. Let's paste additive here. So I'm going to call this, let's call it selected additive params, and then in here I'm going to take the ID. Okay, before we do that, okay, I'm just going to post this here. Let's get the additive here. So we'll use the selected additive, and then it'll have quantity. Quantity will be number. Then it will have cart price. Let's say cart item price. Cart item price will be number. So we'll have additive total price, and then let's remove all this. We add it to total price, and then we have additive options. So it will be equal to our additive. It will be an array of additive. So it will be our additive option. So inside here we'll get selected additives instead. So selected additives will be an array. So we can save this, and then we'll continue. So quickly let's do for menu items too, so that we can render it all at once. So come here, I'll just copy this. I'll copy this and then bring it down here and make adjustment to it. So we're going to call this, let's call it menu item params. And this will be equal to menu item. And then we'll call this render menu item. Let's call it render menu items, and then this will be menu item params. So let's call it render menu item params. So we're good to go. So let's go back to our hook. Instead of our hook here, this will be equal to menu item params. So we've imported that, and then so we can remove this. Won't be using it. So come here, we'll call these let's import use effect. So we're going to be using our use effect hook here. So let's say use effect. So inside our use effect, we're going to say const, let's say fetch menu. So fetch menu will be an async. So we'll use an async method. So inside this we'll use a try catch. We'll use a try catch block. So and then we have the catch. So inside the try catch, we're going to get the const response. So response will be await. Let's await. Let's go await axios dot. So we're going to get. We're going to use object literals here, so we can combine it. Let me just write everything directly. So dot get. So we're going to use object literals. So I'm saying http. Then we're going to get our IP address. Don't forget, if you are using a Mac computer, instead of passing this IP address, you just pass localhost, and that's all. So to be 2010.3, and then we have 8084. That's what we're going to. So for you, if you're using a Mac computer, you don't need all this. You can just remove these and replace these with your local host. Most of the time it will work that way. So, and then we're going into food, and inside food we have the restaurant. I think we call it restaurant menu items. Restaurant menu items. Then we can now pass the restaurant ID. So it will be the restaurant ID. Cool, and that's what we're doing here. So we go in there and get the restaurant. So we're passing the ID, this ID, that's what we're passing into it. So it will fetch the menu item who has that restaurant ID, all the menu items in the backend who has the restaurant ID. So quickly, if you go back to the backend, you'll come to the backend here. You'll see inside our menu item route. So you see we called it it is get restaurant menu item. So let me just copy this. That's what we're calling. And then go back to the front end and replace this with it. So that's what I want to get. So let's check if we used food too at the back there. So we can come here, we'll come to our express. Inside our express, so we use food. So that's what I want to get. I want to get food, and then want to get the restaurant menu items. So the restaurant menu and menu item. So that's what we wrote here, get inside here. So we've combined them here based on the restaurant ID. So we'll get the menu, and then we'll get the menu item. So we'll go back to the front end. So we'll come here and say const. So we can destructure it and get the response. So the response will be response.data. So we have response.data already, and inside the response.data you'll see we have the menu. We have menus, and then we have menu item. Inside the response.data, and then from here we can now set menus. So we'll set menus to be what are menus, and then set menu items to be equal to menu items. So we're going to go, and then we'll come here. Let's get for the error. For now, we're just going to say console.log. Let's console.log the error. And I think we're good to go. So after that, we'll come here, and then we'll have to put our dependency array. So our dependency array, so we want this to be triggered every time the restaurant ID changed. So this function will run again every time the restaurant ID changed. So that's the dependency. So it's dependent on that. And then after this, we need to call the fetch menu. So let's call it fetch menu items. So come back here, let's change this to fetch menu items, because that's what we're calling menu items. So we're good to go. Then we can close, we can delete this, won't be needing it. So after that, we'll come here, we'll now return the menu, we'll return the menu items, we'll return the menu items. Okay, menus, it's menus, then menu items, and that's all. So you can see it's no longer throwing any error, everything is working fine. So we can as well remove the dependencies we are not using from here. So we won't be using this, so let's remove it as well. So we're good to go. And then, so we're good to go. We can save this, and then we'll come back. We'll come back to our front end. So we'll come back to our restaurant screen. Instead of our restaurant screen, now we can now call what we import that function, the hook. So we're going to call it. To call the hook, we're going to come here. Let's come here and say. So we'll come here and say const. So we're going to we called it use restaurant. We call it use restaurant menu. Use restaurant menu. You can see it's coming up already. So and then we need to pass the restaurant ID to it. So the restaurant ID, we're just going to get the restaurant ID from item.id. That's it, and everything is working fine. So we're getting it from here because that's where we're passing the restaurant from. So we can just get it directly. So inside here now we get the menus, and then we'll get the menu items. So the next thing we'll do is we'll come here, and then we're going to say, let's call it as a filtered menu. So it'll be menus.filter. So let's get the menu object. The menu object for each menu. For each menu, we want to get the menu.restaurant ID, and then we want to get where it's equal to, let's call it our restaurant details, restaurant details.id. So you're going to say const render. So we're going to use the menu. So we're going to say const render menu. So we're going to say render menu, and then we're going to bring render menu. Okay, so we're going to say const render menu. Let's do it this way. So we're going to take the render menu params, and then we're going to pass the item. So because the menu is the basis for which we are going to render the menu items, because all the menus we want to display the menu items based on the menu they belong to. So we render all the menu items that belong to a specific menu. So that's what I want to do. So as a result of that, the menu becomes the basis on which we render all the items. So we need to get the menu. So that's why we come here, and then in our TypeScript we have the menu, render menu here. You remember we did it earlier on. So menu params. So we have render menu params, and then we're getting the menus. So we'll come here. So inside the render menu params, now we're going to create the food card list. We are going to create the food card here. So but before we do that, let's get this error off. So we'll come to our flat list. So inside our flat list now we can get the data. So we get the data, and the data will be equal to our filtered menu. So you can see it's working. Then we have the render item. So the render item will be equal to our render menu. So inside our render menu, the reason why it's showing an error is because we're supposed to, so we're not using return, so we just use this. So for now, let me just pass an empty fragment in it, and you can see the error is gone. So we'll come back to it. So inside here, we need to get the key extractor. So the key extractor will be, let's just use the item. So we're going to say item.id, and then we're going to make it to string, so it won't throw an error to string. So we also need to add the scroll. So scroll event throttle, scroll event throttle will be 16. So for now, I think we're good to go. If we need to add any other thing to the flat list, we'll come back and add it later. So let's just save this, and then let's create the food card that we'll use to display the menu items, and then according to their menu list. So I'll come here and say, let's go to our component and create a component folder for our restaurant. So inside our restaurant component, we have a restaurant component. So inside here, we're going to let's create the food. So let's call it food list card.tsx. So tsrnf. So for now, we can close this. So quickly, I'm going to let me create prop here. So I'm going to call it menu list props, and then here we have restaurant. The restaurant will be equal to the restaurant params. I think we have restaurant params, restaurant params, and then we have the menu will be equal to menu params, and then we have the menu item, and they need to be equal to menu item params, and it's going to be an array of menu item params. So we'll come here and let's get the menu list props, and then we're going to pass our restaurant. Let's get our restaurant, our menu, and menu items. So now I think I can bring this so that you can see every modification in real time. So let's bring this back up, or okay, let's just reduce it a little. So we'll come here and I'll say const. So I'm just going to write something long so that you will understand everything that is going on. So I'm going to say menu items for current menu. So I'm going to say menu items for current menu. So I'm going to call it, so it will be menu items. So we want to filter that menu items dot, it's an array, so we can filter it. So we use the filter method, and then I'll come here and I'm going to say menu for each menu item. For each menu item, you're going to get the menu item, get the menu item dot id, menu item dot menu, menu item dot menu. So we have the menu id, so we want to get the menu id, so which is equal to what? The menu id. So it's equal to the menu dot id. So we want to get, so we want to categorize all the menu item who has what? Their menu id equal to the menu id here. So we'll come down here. So we can now come into this place, and then here we need to pass the key. So key will be the menu id, menu.id, and then we'll have the style. So the style will be equal to food list dot food container. It's supposed to be food. So here we're just going to call it a food card container. That's all we're going to use here, and then we're going to have text. So the text here will take the menu. So the first thing we want to display is the menu dot menu name. So we'll get the menu name, and then we have the so let's style this up. So we're going to say, so we're going to get the food list style dot, so we have menu name. So another thing I want to do is, let's come back here and import this food card so we can see these changes in real time. So I'm just going to come here and then let's import food list card, and then inside it we're going to pass, so the restaurant will be equal to our restaurant details. Then let's pass the menu will be item, which is this item. So, and then we'll have the menu items. The menu items will be equal to our menu items. So everything is cool. So if I save it now, so let's save the fetch menu as well, and then let's save our food card. So you can see, so we're good to go. Very shortly everything will display. So come to our food list card. So let's check and make sure let's ensure we're able to get the menus from the back end. So I'll just come here and use console.log. So let's call it menu from the back end. So let's pass the menus to it. Let's see if we are able to get menus from the back end. So I think this has not been instantiated. So I'll go back. So where's the problem coming from? Let's check it out. So menu from the back end is not working yet. So let's check where the error is coming from. So let me remove this. Okay, see, it's working. So you can see we have menu from the back end, and you can see them, it's bringing what, the menu name. You can see good. We have veg pizza, everything is working. We have newly launched. So for this restaurant, these are the menu items we have there. So the restaurant item we have for this restaurant, you see we have the menu ID, we have the menu name veg pizza, we have newly launched, and we have margarita pizza. These are the three menus we have for this restaurant. So it's just tutorial. In real life you have a lot of menus, so and the process remains the same. So that means we're getting value from the back end. So we can continue. So I'll come here. So another thing we can do is we'll come here. Let's say style, and let's make this flex 1. So we'll come here and then let's continue. We'll solve the problem shortly. So from here we're going to map through. Let's map through our menu items for current menu. So we'll be using the map function. So we'll get the menu item, and then here we're going to get the view. So we're going to get the style, and then the style we're going to get the food list style, and then let's get the food container. Let's pass the key. The key will be menu item.id. So menu item.id, and then so here this is where we're going to be displaying the content. So I want to add a style to that too, and the style will be, let's call it food style. Let's call it food style info container. So it is food style info container. And then inside here we're going to get text. Food style.fold name. So the food style.fold name, then we want to give it number of lines. So we have number of lines 1, and then we can now get the So we can get the menu item, dot, we can get the name. So we'll get the menu item dot name, and then we can just copy this and make adjustment to it accordingly. So we'll just get this, and inside here we're going to get, we'll use description here. So menu food style list, let's get description, and the number of lines, let's say 2. And then here we can get the menu item, so we're going to get the description here. And then the third one we want to get is the price, so we just duplicate this one accordingly. And then let's get the price and the style for the price. And then in here we will retain, let's just say 1. And then we want to add the optional chain into it in case it's undefined, so it won't throw an error. So get price. So let's do the same for this and for the name as well. So come here, and so I still know nothing is displaying yet, so I'm sure we have an error somewhere. So what could it be? Everything here seems to be working fine. Let's go back to our restaurant screen. Yes, this is okay, the flat list is okay. Then we're supposed to get, we did this and we got the menus from the backend through this earlier on. So let's see what could be the problem. And then we're matching. So we're restaurant details.id. Yes, it's from the item, so it's correct. So we want to match for every menu object. Oh, see where the error is. It's restaurant ID. So let's see, menu object dot restaurant. It should be restaurant ID. So where did we pass that from? So the menu object, I think that's where the problem is coming from. So menus, we're getting it from our fetch menu. Let's get it from the hook. How did we pass the? So we got it from our params. So I think that's where the problem is coming from. So let's correct that. So let's go back to our params, our types params. So it's our menu. Let's go to the params for the menu params. So it should be restaurant. I think that's where the problem is coming from. So if we save this and we can change it to restaurant, so because there won't be match, so restaurant ID. So if we save this, cool, you can imagine. So that's where the problem has been coming from since, that we've not been able to get value. So, and this could be so difficult to track at times. So I think we're good to go. And then so far you can see we have value. So if let me zoom it in so you can see. So we have veg pizza, and then inside veg pizza we have what? For veg pizza, remember it's a menu. It's a menu under what? Pizza Hut, and inside the veg pizza it has gotten all the menu items that belongs to what? Veg pizza. So we have veggie supreme, we have veggie feast, we have a chilled penne pizza. So all these belong to what? The veg menu. They are under veg menu. So, and then after that we have what? The newly launched. You can see this is beautiful, and inside the newly launched we have what? We have 2 menu items there, and then the third one is we have margherita pizza. And inside margherita pizza we have margherita, we have garlic, and then we have 3 menu items under that. So the list keeps going on depending on how many menu you have for the restaurant, and then the menu item that belongs to each menu. So this is beautiful, isn't it? So we have all the menu rendered according to their menu ID, according to the menu they belong to. This is beautiful, and then we are doing well, we're good to go. So we can go back to our food list card and then continue with it. So you can see for each of the menu item we have the name, we have the description, and then we have the price. And that's all we've done so far here. So we have the description, and then we have the price. We have the price for each menu item. So let's go to another restaurant. So if I go back, so let's go to Louis Burger, for example, and you can see this is beautiful, isn't it? And everything changes in real time. So you can see we have Louis Slims, we have and we have 2 menu items under it. We have launch combo, we have 3 items under it, we have value combo, and then we have 3 items under that too. And you can see it's different from the one we did initially. So from the Pizza Hut. So if we go back to Pizza Hut, and you can see this is beautiful. So we can continue. So the next thing we want to do is, so we'll come here. So we want to import. So let's import iron icons, and then come down here after the price. So after the price, we want to display. We're going to get the touchable opacity. So after the price here, I'm going to make use of touchable opacity. Let's import touchable opacity from React Native. I'm going to add star, and then we're going to call it food list, and then we have the bookmark. So we have the bookmark container, and then we come inside here. Let's use our iron icon, import iron icon, and then inside the iron icon we're going to get name. So name will be, let's call it, it's bookmark outline. And then we have the size. Let's give it size of 17, and then we give it color. Then color, let's import color from our constant colors. So we're going to use colors.red, and then we're going to go here, and after that we're going to render another text, and then we're going to call this add collection, add to collection, and let's give it style. So we're going to say food list, then bookmark. That's the style we have there. And don't forget, all the styles will be provided in the template. So you just check my description to get all the styles. So you can see this is beautiful, and we can progress from here. So the next thing we want to do is we want to get we want to render the add button, so we can add the food, and inside the add button also we'll have the image. We'll render the image for each of the menu items. So if we come here, and then I'm just going to use view. So I'm just going to get view, and then view here, I'm going to give it style. So the style will be food list, then we get image container, and then we're going to get the view. Let's get another view here. So we're going to have a style. Style will be food list, and then we have the image. And then inside the image, we're going to import image from React Native. So we're going to import image component from React Native, and inside that, it's a self-posing component, and then we are going to get the source. So the source, we'll use URI, and the URI, we have the menu, our menu item, and then we have the image URL, and then inside the image URL, we're going to get the first image, and then let's add a style to it. And then we're going to have food list dot menu item from dot menu item image. And then if we save this is beautiful, isn't it? You can see everything is rendering well, beautifully. This is beautiful. And we're good to go. So I'm just going to, okay, let me show you the styles as well. So we have the food list. This is the style we've been using since. So if I bring it in here, so you can see we have the food list style, we have the food container, we have the food we have the food cart container here. We have the food container, and that's why we're able to flex it. So we have the flex direction row, align items, flex start, justify content space between, and then margin vertical. So it's 20. And then we have the info container. We have the menu name. So these are the styles we're using, the description, the food price, the bookmark. This is the style for the bookmark container. So, and then we have the bookmark itself, and then we have the image container. So the image container, what we use 40%. So if you come back here, you see we have the image container here is 40%, and then we have the food style, and then the image itself. So, and then so if we come back here, you see we have the image container is 40%, and then we have the image gives it width of 100%, height 130, and then border radius of 15, and that's why we're able to achieve this. And then we have the menu item image. So we give you 100 width 100%, height 100%, resize mode cover, and border radius 15. So we're good to go. Like I said, you can get a link to all the styles for this project in my description box. So just go to my description box, and then you get all the styles there. So we can continue. So after this, we want to display the add button. So we'll use the add button to add the food to our cart. So without wasting time, let's go get started with that. So after the image component, I'm going to get the add. I'm going to call it add food button. So we need to create that. So I'll come to my restaurant component here, and then let's create add food button .tsx. So tsrnf. So let's import that here. So we've imported that, and then we can close this so everything becomes visible. So we'll come here, and then let's create an interface for it. So we're going to say, I'm going to create inside here interface. Let's call it add food to cart params. Add food to cart. Add food to cart params, and then inside we're going to get the item, and the item will be equal to the menu item params, and then we'll also get the restaurant. So the restaurant will be equal to the restaurant params. So we're going to go from there. We'll come here, and then we'll use it here. So we're going to call it add food to cart params, and then we'll get the item, and then we'll get the restaurant. So first of all, let's work on the UI. So after that, we will now start working with our Redux, because we'll be getting everything, we're passing everything through Redux using Redux Toolkit. So before we get started, let's go and work with the UI first. So I'm going to pass an empty fragment here, and inside here I'm going to get a view. So inside this view, I'm going to say style. So the style will be equal to add food button container style, yes, and then we'll get the cart. The cart is not equal to null. So I think we actually need to work on the cart and the Redux toolkit so that we can continue appropriately, because everything we're going to do here will be dependent on the cart. So back to our food list before we go. So let's pass the item and the restaurant. So we're going to come here and pass item. Item will be equal to our menu item, and then the restaurant will be equal to our restaurant. So everything is fine here. And then the food container style that we're talking about, we got it from our style here. So if we come back to it here, so that's what we're saying. So this is the constant for the food container style. So this is the food container style we're talking about. So I want to know the state of the cart of the item. So if the item is added, so we passed a boolean to it. So we want to know if it's added or not. So if it's added, if the item is added, then the border color will change if it's color dot is added. So if the state is true, it will run this code. So if background color, if item added is equal to true, the color will change to colors dot is added color, else it will change to color dot is not added color. So and if we come here, if we come to our constant, so it's added colors inside our constant. So we come to our, let's go to our constant here. So you see the colors there. So you can see, so if the item is added, if it's true, if the item was added, so it will change the color of the button. So it's added color, which is almost like red. This is like red, and then if it's not added, it will be like this is the color it will pass, not added color. So that's what we are just doing here. So that's what we're just doing here. So if the item is added, if the item is added to the cart, it becomes what? True. Item added becomes what? True, and then it will change the background color to its added color. Else all the ones that are not added, that have not been added into the cart, will have this color. It's not added color. So that's what we're doing. So we'll go to our Redux. Let's go to our Redux folder. So for now we can take this off so that the error will go off. So we can go to our Redux folder. This is hook. This is our Redux, and then we get started from there. So we'll go to our, so inside the Redux we want to create, let's create cart slice .tsx. So inside our cart slice we're going to say export. Let's say export const. Let's call it our cart slice, and then the cart slice will be, so we're going to import. So we're going to import at, this will be at redux.js/toolkit, redux.js/toolkit, and then we have the create slice. This is it, create slice. That's what we wanted. So we're going to create slice. And then we'll have the name. The name will be, the name is cart. Then the initial state, let's create the initial state. So we're going to say const initial state. Initial state will be of type cart state. So we need to create cart state as well. So let's create cart state. So interface cart state. So interface cart state will be, we're going to get the cart, and the cart will be restaurant. Let's call it restaurant. Let's call it restaurant cart, and it will be an array. So let's create restaurant cart. I hope it's making sense gradually. So we're going to say interface restaurant cart. Restaurant cart will be, restaurant cart will have the restaurant. So the restaurant, and then the restaurant will be equal to restaurant params. So we'll just import the restaurant params. So we import our restaurant params, and then it will have items. So for each restaurant, so we have the items. Items will be, so cart item, and cart item will be an array. So let's create cart item. So cart item will have an interface. Let's create cart item. So cart item cart item will be, let's say, ID will be string, and then it has name will be string as well. It will have image URL, which is string. It will have description will be string as well. Then after description we'll have price will be number. After price we'll have quantity will be number. And then we have a cart item price. Cart item price will be number. We'll have is customizable. It'll be boolean. And then we'll have customization. Customization will be optional, and it will be equal to our selected additive params, and it will be an array. So it's customizable to will be optional, and then cart item price will be optional. So we're good to go. And then so we can come inside here, and then our initial state. So initial state will be cart, which is this cart state, because it's of type cart state. So we're getting the cart, and then it will be an empty array. And I hope you understand the reason why we're having carts, because it's going to be carts from different restaurants. So it's not going to be a single cart. So even a user can purchase different product, different food item from different restaurants at a time. So we should be able to maintain each of these restaurants separately, independently. So that's the reason. So that's why we're having cart. So after that, we'll come to here, and then we'll pass our initial state. So we'll pass the initial state. After the initial state, we'll get the reducer. So the reducers. So the error is gone. So I think we're good to go. And then the first one we want to do is the add item to cart. So I think for now, if we come back here, okay, let's just go ahead and work with that. So quickly we'll come here, so we can export all our actions. So we've not started with the actions yet, so just make sure everything is ready. So we're going to say cart slice dot actions. So as soon as we start creating some of our reducer functions, we will be adding it into this place, cart size actions. So we'll come here, we'll create another. Inside our Redux, we're going to create the Redux hook. Redux hook .tsx. We'll create the store. And then we'll create the root reducer. So from the root reducer, we're going to say, let's say const root reducers, say combine reducers, yes, combine reducers, and then inside combine reducers, we're going to get cards. So I'm just going to say I'll say import, let's go cart reducer from cart slice. So I think what we forgot to do is to export our cart slice. So we did not export the cart slice itself. So I'm going to come here and say export default cart size dot reducer. So yes, that's, you see, and the error is gone. So we don't have the error inside our Redux hook, inside our root reducer. So you can see the error is gone now. So that's all we needed to do there. So we'll come here, inside here we also need to export this. So we're going to say export default. We're going to say export default root reducers, and then we're good to go. So from here we need to import this the root reducer, so inside our store. So we'll create inside our store here, we'll come here, and then we're going to say, so we're going to say, let's say, let's get const, let's get persist, let's set the configuration for persist store. So we're going to say config, need to be an object, and then we'll get the key. The key will be, let's say, root, and then we're going to use storage from our async storage. So let's see, so we need to import storage from our async storage. Import, we'll call it storage from async. So it's going to be React Native async storage, that's it. So we get the storage, and after the storage we will get the version. So version will be, let's make it 1, and then we'll get the blacklist. For now we will not be making use of that, so let's just say blacklist, and then make it an empty array whitelist. So whitelist, so we're telling it, the essence of blacklist and whitelist is just to tell the persist storage what to look into, what to add, so, and what not to add. So we're asking it to make use of a cart. So any cart action or any redux action you don't want to persist, you will just add it into the blacklist. That's just it. So when the persist storage is running, it will not run those functions you put into the blacklist, and then the one you put in the whitelist, it will run it. But default, primarily, it will run everything. So that's just the idea. But if you want to specify what to run and what not to run, so that's just the sense of blacklist and whitelist. So that's just a thing. So that's just the essence of blacklist and whitelist. It helps you to know what to include and what to exclude from. That's just, it's just a simple term. That's just it. So we'll come here and say const persist. Let's say persist reducer, persisted reducer. Let's call it persisted reducer. And then we're going to get persist reducer from our Redux persist. So I think we need to import that too manually. Then this version should be, it's not Mongo's version. I would rather use React. So let's quickly import persist reducer from our Redux persist. So we're going to say const, we're going to say import, and then we're going to get, so it's called Redux persist. So inside that we'll get our persist reducer. So we can use persist reducer here. So inside the persist reducer we'll pass our persist config, and then we'll pass the root reducer. It will import it in here, which has been done. Let me close this so you can see everything clearly. So you see we have imported the root reducer here. So that's what we imported in our store. Then we can continue. So we'll come here. After this we'll say export const, let's call it store. So we'll get a configure store. Let's see if we can get it directly, yes, from redux.js/toolkit. So we get configure store, and then configure store. Inside that we'll get reducer. Reducer will be equal to persist. So our persisted reducer, and then we'll have the middleware. The middleware will be, there's what we call get default middleware. So we'll come down here and say get default middleware. So we'll pass that into it, and then we're going to say serializable check. So serializable check will be ignored actions, and then it will be an array. So we'll get the flush from persist, then we'll get rehydrate. It's importing everything from Redux persist. We'll get pause, we'll get a persist, we will get purge, and then we'll get register. So everything from Redux persist. Let's see, we have everything. You can see everything has been imported from Redux persist. So we are doing very well. So we can continue, and so after the whole thing here, we'll come here and say export. We're going to say export const persistor. So persistor will be persistor. So we import persistor. So it will be from our, and then we're going to pass our store into it. So you see, we import the persistor from what? Persistor es persistor. Redux persist from es Redux persist es persistor. So that's where we're getting it from. So after this, we'll come here and say export. So let's say export type, and then we're going to call the root state. So the type will be root state, and we're going to take a return type. So we'll say return type, and then it will be type of store.get state. And we're good to go. The next one is we're going to export for the dispatch. So we're going to say type. So type, we're going to say app dispatch, and it will be type of store. So store.dispatch. So I think we're good to go. So we can save this, and then we can save this, and then come to we'll go to our Redux hook. I think that's the final thing we need to do here. So inside our Redux hook, so we're going to come here and say export const. Let's call it use app dispatch. So use app dispatch. So use app dispatch will be, so we import use dispatch. So we're going to import use dispatch from React Redux. So you use dispatch. So I think we also need to import that manually. So I'll come here and say import from Redux, from React. We're going to import from React Redux. So here we'll have use dispatch. It's already there. So we have use dispatch. So use dispatch, and then we'll get with types, and then we're going to import our app dispatch from store. So it has imported it from our store. So this is what we imported, app dispatch. So it has imported it here. So we can come here and say export. So export const. So we're going to call this use app selector. So app selector will say use selector. So use selector is also supposed to come from React Redux. Good. So with types, and then we're going to import the root state from our store. Cool, everything is fine. So we are importing these two things from our store. the root state, and then the app dispatch. So we save this, save everything, and then we're good to go. So we can start with the reducer functions. So we can start with the functions. So before we do that, let's quickly go back to our add food button. So from our add food button, we can now call we can connect with our Redux store. So to do that, we're just going to say const dispatch. So const dispatch is equal to use app dispatch. So import that from Redux hook. So you can see, so we're getting it from our Redux hook here. So use app dispatch. So from our app dispatch, we can come here. Then before we come here, let's go back and then write the function for to select our restaurant from our cut slice. So we'll come to our cut slice here, and then we're going to say so inside here let's first of all get the function to select the cart. So we're going to say select cart. So select cart will be our state, and the state will be equal to the root state. So we're going to import root state from our, so you see we imported root state from our store. So it will always get the state of the store. So from there we will get the state. So we're going to say state dot cut size. No, there's an error from our root reducer. Let's see, we're supposed to use cart, not cut size. So that's where the error is coming from. So we'll come back here, and then state, we should have cart. Yes, that's what we want to use. So I want to use the cart. So we're good to go. So we'll come here and then write the function to also the restaurant selector to select the restaurant cart. So we're going to say select restaurant cart. So select restaurant cart, we will pass the restaurant ID. So I'm just going to call it this, and it will be a string. And then we're going to use create selector. So create selector. So let me quickly show you create selector. So we're bringing it from Redux.js toolkit. So there's it, create selector. So create selector, then we're going to pass the state. The state will be a type of root state, and then so inside the state we're going to get a state, and then the state will get a cart, and then inside the cart we have the cart. Cool. So inside it we are going to find inside the cart, like I said earlier, we'll store different restaurant cart in our Redux system. So it's a multi restaurant cart system. So that's why we're using that cart. So we want to find inside that cart we want to find the cart. So we want to find the cart whose cart.restaurant ID. So you can see .restaurant. So whose cart we're going to say whose cart.restaurant .id. So .id. So we want to find the restaurant whose ID is equal to restaurant ID. This restaurant ID. So once it finds it, so I'll put a comma here. Let me bring this down for now. So once it finds that, we want to use it to also perform another loop. So we're going to say restaurant. So let's call it restaurant cart. So inside our restaurant cart, we want to find, so for each restaurant cart, we're going to do, so we're going to spread it, and then we're going to say restaurant cart.items. And if it doesn't find it, then we're going to pass the empty array. So it will select the restaurant cart, and then it will select the items inside that restaurant cart. So that's what we're saying. And then if it doesn't find, so if restaurant cart is true, if it's true, it will select the previous restaurant cart and then the items in the restaurant cart, else it will become what? An empty array. So the initial state will be what? The current state will be empty array. So that's what we're just saying there. So in summary, what we're saying now is we're sending a function to the create selector, and then we're sending the entire Redux state into it, which is the root state, and we want to find the restaurant cart, the restaurant whose ID is equal to the restaurant ID we passed here. So that's the first argument. So after that, we want to get the result of the first argument. So that's the second argument here now, is that we're now looking for, so we want to find out if restaurant cart is true. So if this is true, if he was able to, if he found the restaurant whose ID is equal to what this restaurant ID we are passing, so if it's true, it will return the items of that restaurant. So it will return it as a new array. So it will return all the items in that restaurant cart, or it will return what? An empty. If it's not true, if it's false, it will return an empty array. So that's just what we're talking about there. So shortly you will see how everything works in practice. So the next thing we'll quickly do is to get the restaurant. We want to get the restaurant cart item. So I want to get the restaurant. I want to get the restaurant cart item. So the restaurant cart item would be, so pass the restaurant. Let's pass the restaurant ID. Restaurant ID will be string, and then we'll pass the item ID. So the item ID will also be string. And then we'll still use our create selector. So inside the create selector, we're going to get the state, which is the root state. So we want to get the entire state of our Redux. So that's what we're doing here. And then inside that, we'll get the state.cart, the end of cart, and then we're going to get, so we'll map through the carts. So we're going to say cart. So we'll find, so we'll say cart.find, and for each cart we want to get the cart. And then inside the cart we want to get the restaurant, where the restaurant ID is equal to the restaurant ID we passed. And if it's true, we would get for that restaurant we'll get the items. So we'll get the restaurant items, and then we'll use the find method, and then we're going to say item. So item, and then we're going to say item.id equal to our item ID. So this is just the same function as the one we explained here just now. So the only thing we added to this is we also want to get the item of the restaurant cart of the restaurant that we selected. So once we find the match of the restaurant here, this is an optional chaining, just to make sure that if it's not found, it will not throw an error. So if it's not found, it will become undefined. So once this is true, this first argument, once it's true, once we're able to get the restaurant ID, the restaurant whose ID is equal to this restaurant ID, then from there we'll get the items, because for each restaurant there are going to be items that are cart items for each restaurant. So we'll look through the items of the restaurant and we'll use the find method again to find the item whose ID is equal to the item ID we're passing here. So that's just the thing, and once we find that, that's what we'll return. And if it's not found because of the optional chaining, it will return undefined, so we'll not have an error. So that's just the idea. That's all we're doing here. So we can save this and then come back to our food card button. So before we start dispatching the functions, the cart functions, and then write the reducers, so we can just get our UI working. So I'll come here. So let's go back to the add food button. So from the add food button, I'll come here. Let's enlarge this so we can see everything in real time. So we have our use app dispatch. We've already imported that, so we can come here as well and say, so let's get the cart. So the cart will be we'll use this app selector. So from Redux, so we're getting the app selector here. You still remember from our Redux hook. So we're saying app selector, and inside the app selector we're going to let's get the restaurant cart item. So restaurant cart item. So it has imported it. So we're getting the restaurant cart item from here, the restaurant cart item, and remember we passed the restaurant ID and the item ID. So we want to get that restaurant cart item, and to do that we're going to get the restaurant. So we're going to pass the restaurant, we're going to pass the ID, and then we'll pass the item.id, and you can see there's no error. Just to show you, so everything is working out fine. So we can continue from here. So we can come down now. You can see this button is no longer throwing an error. So we can come and complete the UI before we get started with the reducers. So it's no longer throwing an error. So we'll come here. So we're going to map through the cart, and we're going to say cart. So if cart is true, else. So we're going to get so we're going to say style. So we're going to say style. So we'll get the food list, and then from the food list we're going to get added to cart container, and inside that we'll get pressable. Let's import pressable from React Native, and for now we'll come back to the onPress. So if we get to the add to cart container, so this is added to cart container. We'll height 100% with space between flex direction, and then padding horizontal of 10. So let's import ion icons, and then we'll come here. So we're going to get ant design. So from our ant design we'll get a name. The name we're going to call it minus, and then we'll give it color. Color of white. Color will be an equal to, and then let's give it size. So we'll give it size 14. So we'll give it size 14, and then we can close this. And then inside, after the pressable, we are going to be using animated numbers. So we also need to import animated numbers. Let's see if we have installed animated numbers. So React Native animated numbers. So let's go to our package.json and be sure we imported it. We have installed it rather. So animated numbers, React Native animated numbers. Okay, yes, we have. We did. But I need React Native animated numbers, not animated number. So what we're quickly going to do is let's import animated numbers. Let's install animated numbers and uninstall animated number. So we won't have any error. So I'm going to quickly say in my terminal, I'm going to say npm uninstall React Native animated number. So quickly we import animated npm install React Native animated numbers. So yes, we have animated numbers installed. So we can move on. Oh, we can take this out now. and then go back to our node here. So we'll come here, we'll import. So let's import animated numbers. I'm going to say import. So I'm going to call it animated number. Animated numbers from React Native animated numbers. React Native animated numbers. So if we come here, so we can import animated numbers, we can bring it here, and then inside that animated numbers we'll have, so inside that we'll have the animate to number, so it will be cart.quantity, and then it will have an animation duration. Let's make it 300. We'll have include comma false. Then we want to give it a font style. Will be, so the font style will be, let's make it a foodly style dot animated count. So we're good to go. I'll show you very shortly. So I'll just come down here and copy this pressable one more time, copy this entire thing. So in here I'm going to use plus instead of minus. I'm going to use plus, and everything remains the same. So else, let's quickly go. Okay, let me show you the styles. So we have added cart, we've done that. So animated count, so we have font size 16, color white, font family, and then margin is 0. So that's animated, that's what we're using there. So let's close this, so we may not be needing them anymore. So we can come here, and then we're going to say touchable opacity from React Native. So in here I'm going to get the opacity. So the onPress function, we'll add it shortly. So for now let's just add this, and then we're going to get style. So the style will be food list dot add to cart. So this one will be add to cart button. So the first one is when it's added, that's when cart is true, that means it has been added to cart. So opacity will be 0.7, and let's say accessibility label, we'll make accessibility label, let's say let's call it add item to cart. And then in here we're going to get text. So text, then we'll call it add. Let's add a style to that. So the style will be food list dot add text. Then I'll just copy this quickly. I'll close this. So this will be, they added a plus sign, so we're going to have the plus sign, and this will be dot plus, I think I had plus icon. Yes. So I can save this. Oh, so we need to add our Redux to our app.js, so that's where the error is coming from. So we'll go to our app.js because we need to wrap our entire app with the Redux. So inside our app, so we need to get the Redux provider. The Redux provider will be, so let's call it provider from React Redux, and then the provider will be, so we'll get a store, and the store will be equal to our store, and we'll call it store. So it will be from our Redux store. Yes, it has imported it. Yes, from our Redux store. So the store is coming from there. Then the next one is the persist gate. So we need to get persist gate, and then inside persist gate, so we can push our navigation container, bring our navigation container inside persist gate, so that we will wrap our entire app inside the Redux toolkit, inside the Redux provider and the persist gate. So we're good to go. So we'll come here and say persistor. It'll be equal to our persistor. Yes. So cool. So we're getting the persistor and the store all from our store, or from our store, from our Redux. So we're good to go. We save everything, and cool, it's working. Everything is working fine. So for the benefit of doubt, I'm going to show you we're getting from our Redux, so we're getting it from the store. Just to remember, we get the store, and then we have the persist store. This is it, the persist store. So that's where we're getting everything from. So we're good to go. We save everything. If we go back there now, it should be working fine. Cool, and you can see this is beautiful. I'm going to zoom it in so you can see this is beautiful, isn't it? This is very beautiful. So because the item has not been added, no item has been added, so that's why it's using what? It's using this function. So it's using the else here. So this is what it's using. So once you press add to cart and it is added to cart, so it becomes true, and then it will turn and use this. So that's what it will use, and this will have, so once the cart is added, it will change. So you will see that shortly. So we'll continue. So there's another thing we want to add this. We want to display the customizable label for the item that has customization. So, and to do that, we're just going to we'll go to our item, and then inside the item we'll get our customization is customizable. So where the is customizable is equal to true. So when it's equal to true, we will render this. So we'll get the text, and then we'll say customizable. So we're going to say style, so food list, and then we're going to write customized text. Yes. So if we save these, the items that are customizable, we have that customizable label. Cool, and you can see this is beautiful. So the first two items here is customizable, and you can see those ones that are not customizable, there's nothing under it. This is beautiful. You're loving this, right? And then we can go back. If we go to, let's go to Louis Burger, and see this is beautiful. And look at where we have a customizable item, and it's showing it. Everything is working fine. So we're good to go. So the next thing is to start adding. Let's get the function, the handler, to add items to cart, to run the customizable item. Once you click on the add button, it will redirect you. Will create a modal where you can now choose you can now choose from the list of the additive items that we have for that item. And if it's not customizable, it will add the item directly to cart. So all these things we need to write the function. First of all, create the reducers for it, and from there we will run the function here. So okay, another thing we can do is let's memorize this. Let's add memo to this. So it can be memorized. So import memo from React to memorize it, so it doesn't have to re-render all the time. So let's get started with the first one we're going to do is to add the item to cart. So then the first reducer we're going to write there is to add item without additives. So we want to add the item without additives to cart. So we'll come to our cart slice inside our reducer. So the first one we're going to say is add item to cart. So add item to cart will we'll get the state, So the state, we'll get the state, and then we'll get the actions. The action will be payload. So it will be payload. So we're going to get a payload action. Okay, I think I know why it's throwing the error. So we'll just come here and then pass this. So the error is on throw an error. Yeah, so let's see, the error is gone. So we'll come here and say action. So action will be payload action. Payload action, it will import that. So let me show you. Payload action will be imported from React Redux.js/toolkit. So you can see. And inside the payload action, we're going to have, so let me just do it this way so everything can be visible. So inside the payload action, we're going to get the restaurant. So we're going to get the restaurant, and the restaurant will be equal to the restaurant params. So I think we have restaurant params here. Okay, we've imported restaurant params already. Yes, we have restaurant params, so it will be equal to the restaurant params. Then item will be equal to the cart item. That's what we're going to be using. And let me show you cart item as well. This is the cart item we'll be using. So, and then we're good to go. So we have our, so after which inside here, so we can say const, and if you'd like, you can also do it this way. So we can have the state, and then we have the action. So it closes the action here, and then yeah, and then we're good to go. So we can have, so here we'll have const. So we can say const, let's just structure the action. So we're going to say action. So we can structure the action, and then inside it we get the restaurant, and then we have the item. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to check if the restaurant exists. So we want to check if the restaurant is present. So we can call it, let's give it a name. So let's say restaurant. Shall we call it, let's call it restaurant existing. So restaurant is existing. So we want to check if the restaurant is existing. So we're going to get the state, and the state we have the cart, and then we have .find. So we're going to say .find, and inside the find method we're going to get the cart. So for each cart, inside that cart we want to check the cart.restaurant. I want to check the restaurant. I want to get the ID. So I want to get the ID where it's equal to the restaurant ID that will pass, so it will be restaurant.id. So I want to check it. So if we find it, it will save it inside what restaurant is existing. That means if it finds a match, then that means that restaurant is existing. So it will save it inside what restaurant is existing. So we can now come here and say if restaurant is existing. So if it is true, we want to do this. We want to check. So that means the restaurant is existing in the cart. So it's already existing in the cart. So we want to check if the item is also existing. If the item is already existing, it's already in the cart. That's the item we are trying to pass. We are trying to add to cart. We want to check if it's already existing in the cart. So we're going to say const item is existing. So let's get item is existing. So we're going to say, so to get that, we're going to map through the restaurant is existing, and then inside the restaurant we have the items. So that's what we want to use. So we want to get we'll use the find method. So with the find method, we'll get the restaurant item. So let's just call it restaurant item. So we'll use the restaurant item, and then let's get the restaurant item, and then we'll look for the ID, the item in the cart, in the restaurant cart, so we'll look for the item who is equal to what, the item.id. So we want to find the match. We want to find if the item is existing. So we want to find the match if the item we're trying to add to the cart, if it's already existing in the restaurant cart. So we'll look through the items inside the restaurant cart and find the one whose ID is equal to the ID of the item we want to add. So if it's existing, if we find the match, it will save it inside item is existing. That means the item is existing. So we'll now come here and then we'll say if item is existing, then we don't want to add it again. So all we'll do is to increase the quantity. So we'll say item existing, so that we'll get a quantity and then we'll increase the quantity. So we'll say plus plus, so it will increase the quantity. Then we want to update the price. So to update the price, we'll say item is existing, so we'll get a cart item price. So the cart item price will be equal to, so we'll get the item is existing. Okay, let's do it this way. So we'll find item is existing, so we'll get item is existing, we'll get the cart item price. So we'll get a cart item price, and if there's no cart, so it's either we'll get a cart item price, or if there's none, then we'll make it a 0, so that we don't throw an error. And then we will now add, so the existing cart item price, we will now add what, we will now add the new price. So to add the price, we're going to say item existing, so we add the price. So this is supposed to be parentheses, yes. So we can bring this down for now, so you can see everything. So to increase the price, we're going to update the cart item price. So the cart item price will be the previous cart item price, and then plus what the item existing, the price of the quantity that has just been added. So we'll add it, so it will increase the price. I hope you understand. So let's say if the cart item price was 200 before, and then with the increase in quantity, to add the price of that item, to what, the 200. So, and then it will be what, it will update the cart item price to be 200 plus the item price whose quantity was just increased. So that's what we're doing. So then we'll come here and then write the else function. Else, if the item is not existing in the cart, then we want to push the item into the restaurant cart. So we'll say restaurant is existing, then we'll get the items. So we'll get the items, and then we'll say push. We'll use the push method, and inside the push method we'll use the spread operator, and then we'll get the previous item. So we add the items. We'll add the items, the items, and then the quantity. We want to make the quantity equal to item.quantity, or we'll make it 1 if it's not provided. Then we'll get the cart item price. So the cart item price will be item.price. So it makes sense, right? So that's what we're doing here. So it will be item.price, and I think we're good to go. So that's if the restaurant is existing, but the item is not existing in the restaurant cart items. So, but in a case, we also want to write in a case where the restaurant is not existing. So we need to create the restaurant and as well add the item into the cart. So to do that, we'll come to the if here, and then we'll get the else. So if the restaurant is not existing, then we want to get the state.cart. So we use the push method, and inside the push method we're going to push the restaurant into it, and then after that we'll get the items, and then in the items it's going to be an array of objects. So the object will be, so let me make it in a way you can easily relate with it. So it's going to be an array of objects. So the object will be, so we'll spread the item, you get the item, we'll add item, and then adjust the quantity. So the quantity will be 1. and then we'll get the cart item price. So we'll update the cart item price to be item.price, and we're good to go. And that's all we need to do to add the item to cart. So we can save this, and then let's come to our reducer cart.action. So let's export it. So we're going to export add item to cart. So we're good to go. So quickly, let's just practicalize that in real time and ensure that everything is working out fine. So we'll need to run the handler to handle add to cart. So come here. So I'm going to say const handle add to cart. So, and then we're going to use callback, so as a way of memorizing it, so that this won't have to reload every time we come to the restaurant screen. It can memorize it except we make changes to it. So we're going to pass the dependencies to it as well. So let's import this from use callback from React. So we're going to import use callback from React. Why don't we have use callback already? Okay, use callback. We've already imported it from React. So I think the reason is because we've not added the dependency array. Yes, and the error is gone. So we're going to say if item is if the item is customizable, we want to check if it has additive, if it's customizable, and then we want to see if cart is not equal to null. So if it's not equal to null, so all this will be for additives, the items with additives. So if it's not equal to null, for now we're just going to say return. We'll come back to it. Okay, let me just add something here. Console.log open edit additive. So after that we'll come here. So if it's not equal to null and is customizable, if it's not equal to null, then that means that customized item is already existing in the cart. So we want to update it. We want to edit the already existing customized items that has already been added into the cart. So that's what this is. So else it will open what the customized, that means the item has not been added, so it will open what the additive model. So I'll just say console.log. so we're going to run all those functions later, we don't need it now. So I'm going to say open additive model. So else, so that means the item is not customizable. So if it's not customizable, we're going to use our dispatch, and then we're going to get add item to cart from our Redux cart slice, and then we're going to pass the restaurant, and the restaurant will be equal to what restaurant. Then we also need to pass the item. So the item will be an object, and then we'll spread our item. So, and then we need to pass quantity. The quantity will be equal to 1, and then customizable, let's say customization. So customization will be an empty array because there's no customization for that, and we're good to go. So if we save this, we don't want it, we're using the callback so that it doesn't reload every time we reload the restaurant screen. So this function will only be triggered when we make changes, when our cart changes, when it updates, when there's changes to it, and also the item, when the item changes. So when we are selecting another item, so it will run it if it's for another item, and then when the restaurant changes, and then the dispatch. So these are the dependencies we want to pass to it, so it won't reload until all of these dependencies has update. There's an update on them. So we can now come to So this is for customizable when it's added. This is when the item has been added to cart already, so it will change. So we'll come here. So on press, this is where we're going to add the handle add item to cart. So we'll come here and then we're going to say handle add to cart, and then when the cart is already existing, so to update it, it is pressable. When we want to update, so on press, so it will pass the handle add to cart. So if you want to update this, like we wrote inside the cart slice, so we're good to go. So if everything worked out fine, and then we'll come here. So this is customizable. If I press it, you can see it's showing me open edit additive. So we're gonna correct all that. So that's why it's not being added to cart. So if I come here, the one that doesn't have additive, so if I add it, look at this, is beautiful, isn't it? This is cool. And then if I increase the quantity, look at this, is beautiful, and everything is working out fine. So the next one I want to do is want to decrease the quantity when we want to add the minus aspect, and then to remove the item from cart when the item is equal to 1, and then the minus button is still being pressed. It will remove the item from the cart. So that's the next thing we will do. So if we go to come to our cart size here, or we can also get so if I come to say const, let's say console.log.cart. So if I increase this, cool, you can see this is beautiful, and then everything is working out fine. So you can see we have the item here. It's customizable, is false, and then it was chili penne pizza, and you can see it's the same, and the quantity is worth 3. And then we have let's get the cart item price. So 60 times 3 will be worth 180. So everything is working out fine. The quantity is also 3. So everything is working fine. So the next thing I want to do is the remove from cart. So the next function we're going to write now is to perform the remove from cart, and then the decrement to decrease the quantity. So we're going to write them together inside our cart slice. So let's go to our cart slice. Start from our cart slice. So from the cart slice, we're going to come here. So after the other item, let's close that. Then we'll come here and use remove item. So let's call it remove from cart. So I'm going to use state. So inside this, after the state, we'll take out the action as well. Action. So it'll be payload action, and the payload action. So the payload action we're going to pass here. We're going to pass the restaurant ID. The restaurant ID will be string, and then we're going to pass the item ID. The item ID is string as well. So we're good to go. So I'll come inside the code, inside the block, and then let's destructure our payload action. So action.payload. So we can bring the restaurant ID and then the item ID. So just like we did earlier, I want to check if the restaurant is already existing. So without wasting time, I'll just come here and we'll take this code. So I'm just going to paste this. So I want to check if the restaurant is existing in our cart, if it's existing in our Redux state. So we're going to check it here, find cart, that's fine, and then it would be equal to our restaurant ID. So we'll come here and say if it's not existing, if restaurant is existing, if it's not true, then we'll just return. We don't want to perform any further function, so just return. So if it's not existing, return. And we'll get constant. Let's get, if the restaurant is existing, then let's get the item index. So the index of the item in the cart, so I want to get its index, so we'll say state. So inside our state, we're going to get the state. We're going to get, no, we're going to use the restaurant. So I want to get the restaurant, the index of the item in the restaurant. So we're going to get the items, and then inside the items we'll use the find method, find index rather. So we're going to use find index, and then so inside the find index we want to find the index of that item. So we'll say item.id equal to item ID. So this will check all the item in the restaurant. In this restaurant is existing, it will check all the items there and find the one whose ID is equal to what the item ID we are passing here. So to check through all the items and find a match for the item ID we want to update or remove from the cart. We want to decrease or remove from the cart. So we'll come here and say if item index is not equal to -1, that means it found a match. So there's a match if it's not equal to -1. So if there's a match, what we'll do is we'll get the item, we'll say the restaurant. So restaurant is existing, and then we'll save that index. So we'll access that index and save it inside our items. So we will pass that index. So we want to access that index. That's what this is saying. So we're saving that item index into what item. That's what it's saying. So if your item now will be equal to the item we found here that matched this. So we're saving it into the item, and then we're calling this. So item now is equal to the match we found here. Here is the index that we got. So inside here now we're now telling it to access the items with this index. So that's what we are saying. So item becomes the items that has this index. So we are saving all the information, the object, the information about that item. We are saving it in here. So that's what this one is just doing. So these items now will now access the item who has this index from the items array. So and then we are saving it inside what item. So what we'll now do is we want to check the quantity. If the quantity is not, if it's greater than 1, so we're going to say item the quantity. You can see is accessing all the details. So if it's greater than 1, we want to do decrease quantity. So if it's greater than 1, we want to decrease the quantity. So if it's greater than 1, we will now say item the quantity, and then we'll decrease it. Then we also want to update the price. So we'll say item.cart item price. It will be equal to the item. So it will be equal to item. So we'll say item.cart item price, or if it's not provided, we'll use 0, and then we minus the price. Oh, I always forget this. So we're good to go. So else, so if we have if here, if it's not greater than 1, so that means it's either equal to 1 or less than 1. So if it's equal to 1 and then the user is still pressing on the minus button, then we'll remove the item from cart. So that's what we're doing here. So we'll come here and say restaurant is existing, and then we'll say items, then those splice. So we use the splice method, and then we'll get the item index. So it will remove that item, and then we're going to say 1. So it is 1. So if, can close the if, so after that, the next thing we want to do is we want to check if the restaurant cart item is not equal to 1. If it's less than 1, that means that restaurant has no item in it. So we want to delete that. We want to remove that restaurant cart from our Redux store. So to do that, we'll come here after here and say if, we're going to say if restaurant is existing dot items dot length is equal to 0. That means that restaurant has no cart item in it. So there's no item inside that restaurant. So what we want to do is we will remove that restaurant from our Redux store. So we're going to say dot cart, and then we're going to get the state. So let's say state. So we're saying state dot cart dot filter. So it's state.cart.filter, and then we want to map through all the cards and return all the cards except the one who has the restaurant ID equal to what? The restaurant ID equal to the restaurant ID. So that's it then. So we'll return all the cards, all the restaurants, except the one whose ID is equal to the ID we're passing here. The ID of the cart here. So except the one whose ID is equal to the ID of the restaurant here, and that this will occur if the length of the restaurant is equal to 0. So that's what is just in there. So I think we're good to go. We can save this and then go to our add food button. Inside our add food button, we'll quickly write the handler to remove item from the cart. So come down here. Okay, let me just copy this and make changes to it accordingly. So copy this. So let's say handle remove from cart. So we use our callback, and then so here we're going to say console. So we say console.log. So we say console.log, and then let's say remove. So if cart is not equal to null, so here let's say open modal. That's if the item has additive. So we're going to open modal, else. So return then else. We'll come here and so instead of add to cart, we're going to use remove from cart. Okay, we've not passed that to our actions. So cart slice action. So we're going to export it, remove from cart, save it. So we can import it here. So we're going to import remove from cart. Good. And remove from cart, we'll take restaurant ID instead. So restaurant ID will be restaurant.id, and then the item will be, we're using the item ID. So item ID will be equal to item.id. So I think we're good to go. Everything is fine. So, and it also, the dependency array will be the cart item, the cart, the item, the restaurant, and then the dispatch. We can still retain them, so it will be dependent on them. So this function will only be triggered when the state of these four criteria changes. So that's when it will trigger it. If anything, if the cart changes, if the item changes, if the restaurant and dispatch. So that's what we're saying. That's only when the function will run. So we can come into our code here inside our pressable for minus here. So and on press, so handle remove from cart. So I think we're good to go. If we save this now, and let's see if when I make changes, let's try to use the minus button now. Cool, you can see it's working fine, and then the quantity has reduced to what, 2, and then let's see the cart item price, it has also what, updated, so it's now 120. That's cool. So if let's do that again, and then you can see it's now 60 here, and the quantity here is 1, and then let's remove it from cart now. Cool, beautiful, everything is working out fine, everything is working fine. So if we add it again, cool, you can see it's working, and then let's increase the quantity. You see everything is working fine. Then we can remove from cart. Beautiful, everything is working fine, so we're good to go. So the next thing we're going to do now, we're going to run the function for the item who has additives, who is customizable. So like the 2 customizable item we have here on the screen on the phone, on the app. So what we're going to do is we're going to run the functions for them. So from our handle add to cart, so I want to check if the item is customizable. If customizable is true, then we want to go through this route. So we want to check if the cart item is not equal to null. So here, if we run this now, so if we check this, and then so it's supposed to run this because we don't have the item inside the cart. So it's not supposed to run open edit additive. It's supposed to be open additive modal. So something is wrong. So it's saying undefined here, and we're using null. So that means we did not pass the else function, we did not pass the null to the cart slice. So what we're just going to do is go to our get restaurant cart item here. Yes, after here we're supposed to pass null or null. So if this is not true, it will return null. That's what we're supposed to do. So good, so it's returning null already. So if it's not true, it will become null, or the initial state will be what, null. So if we save this now and try it again, so good, so it's now open additive. That's what it's supposed to be, because this item is not existing in the cart. So it's not existing, the customizable item is not existing. We've not added it to the cart yet, so it's supposed to open the additive modal. So but when the item is existing, in a case where the item is already existing in the cart, and then you press on the customizable, it will open edit additive rather than open new the additive modal. So that's what we want to do there. So to do that, let's start with the UI. So what we are quickly going to do here now is we'll go to our folder here. Inside the restaurant component folder, let's create another folder. So we're going to call it, let's call it modals. So yes, so inside our modal let's create custom modal .tsx. We will also let's create the additive modal. So let's create additive modal.tsx. So let's get started with this. So if we go to the custom modal, I'm going to say tsrnf. So inside the custom modal, I'm going to quickly write some TypeScript up here. So I won't waste time, you'll see what we're going to use it for shortly. So I'm going to say, let's say export interface I'm going to call it, let's call it custom model props, and it's going to be an empty element for now. And then we're going to say export interface. Let's call it custom model ref. And then we'll have show modal. We'll have show modal, and show modal will be a component. So it will be a component, and then it will be gsx.element. So it's going to be, it's a function. So it will be void. And then we'll come here and get a close modal. It will also be a function without any parameter, and it will be void. And after which we'll come here, we'll remove this, and then so here we're going to be using forward ref. So let's import forward ref. So forward ref has been imported from React. So forward ref, let's add the types. So the types will be what we will take the custom modal ref. Okay, let me bring it down so it can be more visible. So it will be custom modal ref, and then the custom modal props. Then inside our here we're going to get the props. So let's pass props, and then we'll pass ref. Okay, I think we're making a mistake here. Okay, what I'm just going to do is I'll remove this return. Let's remove this as well. So it's supposed to be this way. Cool, yeah. So it's working now. Let's add an empty, yes, everything is fine. So this is how it's supposed to be. So we add an empty fragment for now. Okay. I think we're going to be using modal. So let me import modal from React Native. Good. So it is used to pass a ref from the parent component to the child component, so that we can also use it to expose the ref. So in our case, for example, we have a custom modal for now, and then we wrap it. The custom modal is used to wrap what the modal. We can use the custom ref to toggle what the modal, and that's why we're using the close modal and then the show modal. So we can use it to expose the ref. To expose the ref to the component that needs it where we want to use it. So in our case now, starting from here, we'll be using it inside our modal, so we can toggle the modal, we can show the modal and then close the modal. So that's what we are doing for now so far. So the next thing we will do here is we'll come inside here before the return. We're going to say const is visible. So I want to check the state of the modal, if it's visible or not. So we're going to say visible, and then set is visible. And then it will be useState. So import useState from React. And the initial state will be false. So another thing let me quickly copy this. So I want to get the content, the modal content, and set modal content. And then it will be useState, and this will have, and this will be null. The initial state will be null, and then we'll pass our gsx element, gsx jsx.element or null. Okay, let me close this so it can be more visible. So that's it. So we're going to get jsx element or it's null. So then this one will change this. Okay, we might just close this, we may not be using it, so let's just, so this will be for the content, and then this will be to toggle the modal. So the next thing we want to do, we're going to import use effect from React, and then so we're going to say if content is true. So if it has content, then we want to set is visible to be true, and then we'll come here, and then the dependency array will be content. So the next thing is I'm going to import use imperative handle, and then we'll pass the ref. So inside the use imperative handle, we're going to get the show modal, and then the show modal will be component. Let's call it component, and then inside the component it will be type jsx element. So it will be jsx element, and then we're going to say set content. So set content will be what? Equal to, because we want to display, because we're going to be displaying JSX element inside it. So the content has to be a type of or JSX element. We're going to be displaying some of the information, the additive, and then we can come here and say set is visible. Set is visible will be true. Now we're going to come here and say, so we get the close modal, and then close modal will be, so the error will go away shortly. So close modal will be, so when we close modal is visible will be what? Will be equal to false. So we're good to go. See, the error is gone because we're passing the ref, and the ref we're passing, that's what we get here. So, and the ref contains, you can see it contains the modal, the custom modal ref, which is this, and inside the custom modal ref we have the show modal and then the close modal. So let's make it a small letter and correct it here as well. So show modal, and everything is working out fine. So quickly, what do we use? What is the function of use imperative handle? So use imperative handle is a React hook. This allows us to customize the value, the instance of the value that is exposed to the parent component when using what? Ref. So let me just break the whole English down. So in summary, what we are doing here is that we are using the use imperative handle to expose the custom API to a parent component that use the ref to interact with the component. So we're using the ref to interact with the component. So, and in our own case now, we define the show modal and then the close modal. So this method takes, like for the show modal now, this takes a JSS element as an argument. So this is it. We are taking the JSS element, that's our argument. So, and then we set the content state to the given element. So we're setting the content state to the to the element that we have provided. And then we set the visible to true. And then the second one is is the close modal. So this sets the close modal will set the visibility of that modal to false. And all these, what everything is doing here now is, so all these things now, the summary of the whole thing that I've written here is that we are going to be using the parent component to call the parent component, rather we use ref. Through the ref, the parent component can call on the show modal and the close modal we have here. So this custom modal now is actually the child component. So, but we will now be passing through the ref, we can now call this show modal and then close modal in the parent component. So through it, we can toggle the modal and make it visible and also close it. So that's just the summary. That's just the summary of this whole English. So that's what we use imperative handle for, and that's why we've been writing all these things. We are going to be calling them so that we can toggle the modal, the visibility of the modal. We can toggle the visibility of the modal from the parent component, and then right here when we toggle it, so when we toggle the modal and the modal is open, that is show modal. So when the show modal is being used, when we call the show modal, it will display what? It will set the content, the content to the what, to the content of the component. So inside, so the content will be passed into what, our modal down here. So it will be passed into our modal here. So when we press on show modal, when we call show modal from the parent component, it will display what, this modal, and then set the content. It will set the content to what, this JSX element component dot component, that's a JSX element. So that's, it will set the content to the component. Those are the details that we are passing. So that it will what, it will be visible inside our modal, and then it will set what, modal visibility to what, true. And then when we call close modal from the parent component, it will turn the visibility to what, to false, so that it will close the modal. So you'll see everything in practice shortly. So let's not waste too much time explaining all these things. So if we go to So if we come to our modal now, let's come to modal here, and let's start passing everything into it. So I'm going to say visible. So if it's visible, will be is visible, so it will take the state of that. And then let's do animation type. Let's say slide. Then transparent. Yes, let's make it transparent. On request, close. So here we're going to set is visible. Set is visible to false. So here we can come now and say so let's get a style. Let's add style to that. The style we'll use. So we say restaurant. We have restaurant screen style dot mode container, and don't forget the style I've provided it. Just check the link in my description box. All the styles have been provided, so don't waste time. So we have view again, and then we'll style this. So that this one will be for the content. So content container, and then inside here we'll provide touchable opacity. Touchable opacity. So on press, set is visible to false, and then let's add style to that as well. So we're going to be using ion icons. So let's import ion icons. Ion icons. Ion icons. So we're going to use close, and then we have size. Size will be 24, and then let's add color to it. Color will be, we're going to use color white. So color white, we're good to go. And then after the touchable opacity, we're going to use this view, and then inside here we'll pass the content. And we're good to go. So that's all we need to do here. So we'll go to the parent component, which is the add food button. So add food button is the parent component in this case, and then so this is where we'll be calling the we're going to be calling the show modal and close modal through ref. So to do that, we'll just come here and let's get ref from so we'll come here, let's say const, let's call it modal ref. So modal ref will be use ref and then the initial state will be null. So let's import use ref from React, and then we can import custom modal ref. So it has been imported. Yeah, so we use export custom modal ref, so we can import it here. So and we're good to go. So the first thing we want to do is we're going to call let's write the handler to show the additive modal. So to do that, we're going to say, let's call it show additive modal. So show additive modal will be, so we'll get our modal ref, and then inside there we get the current, and then you can see this is beautiful because we've passed the props to it. So you see that's how they work, that's how everything is working. So we want to use the show modal, and then inside the show modal we are going to be passing a component. So that's where we will render the additive component, so that will be showing all the additive items. So that's what we'll render here. So before we continue with that, let's leave this for now. Let's pass an empty fragment so the error can go away. Then we'll come here, let's import our custom component, custom modal. So let's import custom modal, and then we'll pass the ref. So the ref will be our modal ref. Good, and that's all we need to do here. So we can come back to our show modal. So we'll come back to our show additive modal, and that's all we need to do here. So let's pass it to our handle cart. So our handle, so here, this is where we'll apply it. So this place will be, it will be show additive modal, so you can see what's going on. So we can now call, this is beautiful, isn't it? So we're calling the function from the parent component. So if we save this now and then I press on the customize, look at this, this is beautiful, isn't it? And then we can close it. So I'm going to, let me enlarge the screen, let me zoom it in so you can see it in clearly. So if I press on the customizable item, see, this is beautiful, this is cool, isn't it? So it's showing the modal, but if it has no additives, I'm going to press the third one, you can see it's adding it directly. Then I can remove this, and even if I leave this and I still press on the one that has additive, this is beautiful, isn't it? So we can close it and then continue. So the next thing we want to do now is when the show additive modal is called, we want to display the additive, the content. So to do that, we are going to create, let's create inside, we're going to use our additive modal. We have created it already, so let me just bring it here. So we'll quickly work with the additive modal. So I'm going to use tsrnf. So tsrnf, and then inside that, so let's quickly create the TypeScript here. So we're going to use export interface, let's call it additive item params. So additive item params, we're going to have the, let's take the restaurant. So the restaurant will be equal to the restaurant params. restaurant params. Let's import that. Then we would have the menu item. Menu item will be equal to the menu item params. Let's import that as well. Menu item params. Cool. And then the third one is the additives. So additives will be additive. I think we have additive. Let's check. So let's check our params. We can close this for now. Let's get our types params. Yes. So we need to create additive params. It's not existing here. So let me just create that after our additive. So I'm going to say export interface. Let's call it additive params. So it's going to have an ID. The ID will be string. We have additive type. So additive type will be string as well. So we'll say is required will be boolean. Then select info will be string. Then we have the menu item. The menu item will be string. And then we have the additive option. So the options will be additives, and it's going to be an array of additives. So we can save this, go back to our additive model, and then we import additive params. And then additive param is also going to be an array. It's going to be an array. So on close, so we can close the modal. It will be a function, a void function. So we're good to go. So we can come here and pass. So let me close this. So we'll get the additive item params. So in the additive item params, we have the restaurant, we have the menu item, we have the additives, and then we have the on-close. So we're good to go. And then we can also bring it down. So everything will be visible. So we can continue. So let's go to the UI first. Okay, let's import it to our to our add foot button. So we'll come here, so we can import additive. So let's import additive. We call it additive modal, yes. So inside the additive modal, we're calling the menu. We'll call the restaurant. The restaurant will be equal to the restaurant. Then the menu item will be equal to the menu item. Now we used item. So let me quickly show you where we're getting it from. You can see item and then the restaurant. Then the next one is the additive. So the additive, we're supposed to get the additive array. So for now, let me just put something random here. So because we need to create the additive in the back from the back end, if time will permit. If not, we will just use a dummy additive so that we can move faster. You already know how to create things in the back end. Okay, cut that. So we'll say let's call it constant additives, and then let's make it an array. So we can just come here and call additive. Additive will be equal to additives. Okay, it's asking for, so we can just say additive params. So it's already asking for those informations here. So what we'll just do is make all of them optional, so we can move for now. We'll come back to them later. So inside the additive params, okay, we can make additive params optional. Yes, I think the error should be gone now. Okay, what we can do is, let's leave out additive for now because we've not created it. So since it's optional, it won't throw an error. So we can use on close. So the error is gone. So when we create the additive, we call it again. So modal ref.current, and you can see this is beautiful. So we can call the close modal, and this is working fine. So if I open it now, it's supposed to be displaying from the additive. Beautiful, and you can see it's showing additive modal. So let's continue with this so we can see everything clearly. So it's because we've not styled it up, that's why it's not opening, it's not showing beautifully yet. So we're going to do all that shortly. So we'll come here, I'm going to remove this, and then let's add another view. So let's add style to this. So this will be additive style. Then we're going to get the header container, and then we have another view. So this view, we're going to style it up, and then we're going to use the flex row gap container rather. That's what we would use, just to remember all that. That's from our header style. So we're going to get, let's import image from React Native. So inside our image we have a source. We have the source, and then we're going to use URI, and then it will be menu item dot image. So image URL, and it's going to be the first. Then the style is going to be additive style dot food image. So if we save it, let me show you the style we've been using, so it not look as if I'm just generating these things and making them up. So we'll go to additive. So additive style is supposed to be inside our restaurant. So let's come down. Okay, this is it, the additive style. So we have the header container, so it has flex direction, align item, justify content, so background color, shadow, so we are providing shadow, offset, so everything is in it. So we got so that, let me close this again. So we're using food image here, and then the food image, this is it. So we're giving a width 50, height 55, resize mode cover, border radius 12. So that's what we're doing here. So for the image, and then we're getting the image from the menu item, so we're getting the image of the menu item. So that's what we're doing here, and I think we're good to go. So the next thing we want to render here is the name of the menu item, so of the food itself. So we want to get the name of the food. The name will be, we're going to use text to display that, and then it's going to be menu item dot name. So in case, let's pass the optional chaining in case it's not defined, so it won't throw an error. So let's style this up as well. So the style, I'm going to be passing an inline style to this. So I'm just going to give it font size. Let's give it font size 13, and then font weight, let's give it font weight 600. So I think we're good to go here. And then after that, we can come outside of this view. Since it's a flex row, so we want to add the other section, so it will be view. So we're going to use view, and then inside the view we're going to get style will be, so we're going to use the flex row gap between. So this is from our header style. I think I've shown you all this earlier on, but let me just show you again for the benefit of doubt. So let's go to our style. Let me call this style so it makes it so it's in our header style. So you can see it flex row gap. So this is what I've been calling. So it has flex direction row, align items, center, and then gap 10. So you can see the way I'm calling it, and then check it very well. It's not inside the style sheet. Please, you may need to observe that. So it's not inside the type style sheet. So I declared it as a constant, and then with an export, so that I can import it and use it as in any style. So, and then I'm giving it what a type of view style. So that's what's allowing me to make use of it, so I can use it dynamically. I don't have to declare all this all the time, since I know that I will be repeating it. So if you check here, so I'm getting the view style from Word React Native. So, and then you can see most of these ones are constant. So flex row between, so because I'll be using, I use them a lot repetitively, so we don't have to be repeating all this. So we just take it, we just declare it as constant, and then you can use it inside the style sheet. You can see I'm using flex row between here. So that's just the idea. I hope you understand what I'm talking about, what I'm trying to communicate. I can see flex row between here. You can update any of it, so you just spread it and then take the one you want to update. So that's just the idea. It's simple enough, right? So we can continue. So inside here, inside our additive model, we are going to be using touchable opacity from React Native. So for the touchable opacity, let's give it a style. I'm going to give it a style. Okay, let me close this. So we're going to be passing an icon here. So we're going to use icon container, and then we're going to use ion icon. So I've imported ion icons from our expo vector icons, so we can make use of it here. Ion icons. So the name is I think it's bookmark. So we have a color. The color will be, let's get it from our colors. So from our style component, and then we're going to use red. And then let's get the size. So the size, let's make it 24. So we're good to go inside our touchable opacity, and I'm going to copy this. I'm going to copy this, and we'll still retain the same, only this will change. So we're going to call this is going to be the share outline instead. So share outline. So everything is fine. So if I save it now, let's open our modal and see what we've done so far. Beautiful. You can see this is beautiful, isn't it? This is working beautifully. So if I close it, it goes off. Let's check the second customizable item. You can see everything is working fine. You can see the name and the images, they are different. The name and the image are different. It's different from the first one. So you can see we have veg supreme, and you can see the image is different. Let me get the second one, and you can see we have veggie feast. So we're good to go. So the next section now is to start displaying the additive items. So I think the right thing to do is to create let's create the back end and then get the additive, so we can get something to display at the front here. So we'll come to our back end here. So this is the back end. I'll come to model here, and let's create the file. So we're going to call it additive let's call it what do we call it? Let's call it additive model.tsx.ts. So we're going to be using ts for the back end. So let's copy from menu, since we will not be making use of any image here. So let's copy this, and then we'll make adjustment to it accordingly. We can reduce this for now. So we'll come here. We're not going to be using any of this, so let's remove it. Then let's go to our types check. Let's just write everything inside our restaurant types. Okay, we already done that here already. So we need to add the additive params. So after the additive, let's add that. So we can comment this out for now. So let's save this and get the additive params. So we'll come back to our additive model. Inside our additive model, let's just import it manually here. So additive params. So we've imported that, and then we'll have our, here we have additive types. So we're just going to call it additive type. It is, I think this is true, everything is okay. Then we would use the select info. So let me just copy this and make changes to it. Select info. Then we'll also use this required. So it's required. Oh, let's just make this. So it's required will be a boolean. And then we have menu. We're going to use menu item ID. So menu item ID, and then it's going to be menu items. And then it's going to be true. Then we have a additive items. No, we have additive options. Let's check it out. It's called additive options. Yes. So we have additive options, and it's an array. So it's an array of objects, and inside that we have an item name. So item name would be type of string, and then we have the price. What did we use? Let's check it here. Additives. Let's go to our additives. Okay, we used name. So let's call name. Is our restaurant type. We use name, parent ID, and price. So name. So we'll get the price. The price will be type of number. And required is true. Then parent ID. The parent ID we'll just give a type of string as well. So I think we're good to go. And then we can come here to our JSON. Everything here is fine. The timestamp is true. So this will change to additive schema. So additive schema is going to be, so we're going to import our additive params. and then this will be additives, and then let's change this to, so this will be additive schema. So we can close this and then make these additives. So I think we're good to go. Everything is fine. Seems we have an error somewhere, so let's check that out. So okay, string, the S should be capital letter. So everything is fine. Another thing we want to do is, so at the time of adding this additive into the back end, we want to retrieve the parent ID and update the parent ID. We want to pass the parent ID at the time of, before it saves the additive item to the back end. We want to quickly get the parent ID. So to do that, at the time of saving the additives, we'll come outside. Let's come out after our JSON here. So after this, so we'll come out of this, we'll come here and get, so we're going to say, let's say additive, so we're going to say additive schema. So we're going to use the method called pre, and then inside that we're going to get this, we're going to say save before it saves it. So we want to quickly run a function to retrieve the parent ID and add it. So we're going to say next, and then after the next we're going to call it like this. Yes, so we're going to say this the additive items, no, additive item, okay, additive options, sorry, dot for each we want to save, we want to get there for each of the additive item, we want to get the item dot parent ID. So I want to get the item dot parent ID is equal to this dot ID, and then we want to make it a string, so it won't throw an error because we called it a string. So the parent ID is equal to what? The string. The type is string. So we'll come here and say next. So we'll call the function. So what we are doing here, what this middleware function will just do for us is, at the time of saving this, when we are saving an additive to the database, so at the time of saving it, we quickly want to get the parent ID. So the parent ID will be equal to the ID of that. It will be equal to the ID of this additive. So for each additive could have different additive options. So that's the idea, that it will have the same type, it will have the type. So it will have the type and then everything, but when it comes to the option, that's why the option is an array. So we can have different options. So it can have different options. It could have extra, it could add, it could have add-on, a lot of options. So because of that, we need to get the parent ID so that we can separate them, so we know them differently. So that's why we're passing it. So at the point of saving this additive now, we want to add the parent ID. So the parent ID will now be equal to the ID of the additive that is being saved. So it will automatically generate that parent ID for here. So it will become the ID of the additive we are saying. So the parent ID will be passed into it. That's just what we're doing. But shortly you're going to see it in practice. So we're going to see the practical aspect of it very shortly. So we can save this and move on. We'll go to the next thing we'll go to is the controller. Let's create the menu controller as well here. So I'm going to say I'm going to call it additive controller .ts. So we're going to pass this to it and make adjustment accordingly. So inside the additive controller now, so let's go to the import. We won't need menu, we won't need these two, so let's remove them. So we can adjust accordingly. So we're going to say create, we're going to call it create additive. So we're going to use this remains the same, and then here, so this is going to be additive params. Additive params has been imported, and then so here we're going to say, so that to avoid unnecessary. So we're going to say items, const items, and then we can now say const, let's say new additive. Let me close this. New additive, it will be equal to new additive. So let's import additives, and then we'll pass our item into it. So using our try catch block, so we can remove this. So we use our try catch block. So the try catch block here will now say new additive dot save, new additive dot save. Then yes, so we could call this additive, new additive. So here we're going to say additive created successfully, failed to create additive. So I think we're good to go. The next thing we need to do is to get the additives. So for now, we're just going to, let's close this. So everything is fine. We'll come back to the get additive later. So let's quickly use the index, and then inside the index here, I'm going to say export all from additive controller. So we're good to go with this as well. So the next thing we want to do is we'll go to the routes. So we'll go to the route, and then let's get the menu route and then make adjustment to it. So we have a menu route here. We can close this, and then let's create additive route. Additive route.ts. Copy everything here and paste here. So we can close the menu route, and inside the additive route we will so we'll remove this, won't be needing it. So what we'll do here is we'll say create additive, and then inside create additive we have create additive. So we won't be needing this now. So everything here we'll export it as additive route. So I think we're good to go. So we can come to our express. So if we go to our express, let's go to our express file. Okay, we also need to add this to our index so we can export the additive. So I'll come here and say export all from additive route. So we can come to our express app. Inside our express app, I'm just going to copy this and make adjustments accordingly. So let's call this additive, and then we're going to import additive route. So we're good to go. Everything has been done correctly. Hopefully we'll get value for this. So let's save everything. So we can close this. We're no longer using it. Let's save this as well. Let's save this. Let's save this. So if we go to let's go to our Postman. I already have, let's see, we have the additive. Yes, so we have one here already. So we have the type is size is required true. So select any one option. So we have the menu item ID. So let's get the menu item ID. So the menu item ID, now we need to go back to, let's go back to our database. And okay, this is menu item. So we want to get the customizable. We're going to get the first customizable. That's what we'll use, and that is veggie supreme. It has customizable is true, so you can see. So we have to use exactly that one. So we get the menu item, the ID. So we'll pass the menu item ID to it. So these are the additive items. So let me quickly explain that to you, so you can see the way we are rendering it. So you see we have additive item name. It is regular, so you can see this is the first option. So it's option. We use additive option. So additive options. Let me check it again. Additive model. We use additive option. Yes, additive options. So we used additive options. So we're saying 0, so we see it's an array, so this 0 will be for the first, so we're creating the first additive option, so that's what it means. And then we're using name here, not item name. Let's check again. So we have the additive type inside the additive option, so we're using name. So we need to retain and maintain, we need to maintain that too, so we're using name. So this 0 means the first additive option that we want to add. So the name and then the price, we make the price, let's make the price 40. So we make the price, so this is the name, so regular, so this is the name here, and then the price is 40. Then we have additive items. Okay, this has to be option, we need to change it to option. We need to change everything here to option. So the name too will be, it will be name. So here now we are adding 3 additive options. We're adding 3 additives to this. So you can see, so we have 0, 1, and 2. So and each has what? The name and the price. So the parent ID will be added automatically. So when we add this additive now, all these additive options will retain the parent ID of this additive. So that's the idea. That's what we're doing. So additive option 1, the parent ID will be the parent ID of this additive that we're trying to add, and so option 2, option 3, and option 4. So that by the time we add another additive, so their parent IDs are different. So that's just the idea. So before it saves it, when it's saving this to the database, it will automatically assign the ID that will be assigned to this additive. It will assign it towards the parent ID. So that's just the idea. So everything is fine. So we will continue now, and then let's save this additive. So this additive now, the additive type is what? Size. That's what we're saving. So if we save it now, if everything worked fine, so our is 8084. So we have additive, and then we called it create additive. So if everything worked fine and is a post request, this is this type of form, not a form data. It is URL encoded because we are not passing any image to it. So know the difference, please. So if I save it now, if everything worked out fine, cool, you can see everything worked out fine. So additive created successfully. So if we go to our database, we should have additive. So I'm going to refresh, or let me just open it somewhere else. Let's use another, because we're still using this menu item. So let's open this. You should have additive there. Cool, you can see this is working out fine. So if we open it, we should have the additive we just saved here. This is beautiful. You can see everything is there. So we have what? The size. Additive type is the size is required. True. Select info, select any one option. Menu item ID. So you can see this is the menu item ID that we passed. And then let's go to the options. So you can see we have the option 1, it's an object, and you can see the parent ID has been assigned. So this is beautiful. That's the essence of this code. Let me show you again. So that's the essence of this. So this is what was used to assign what the parent to the ID to the parent word ID. So this is beautiful, isn't it? So we can continue. We'll go back to this, and you can see we have the word parent ID assigned. So we have the second additive, which is medium, and you can see the parent ID is still assigned. So you can see it's still the same parent ID. So they all have one parent. The 3 additive item has one parent, and then you can see the third one also. So we have what? The same parent ID. So we're good to go. So everything is working out fine. So we've created this additive successfully. So I'm just going to replicate the same action, and then we can just create the additive for, let's create 1 or 2 more additives. So you can just repeat the process to create as much as possible additives you require. So we've been able to create some other additives. So we have 7 additives now, and then in this tutorial we apply the customizable to 3 items, 2 inside the Pizza Hut and 1 inside the burger. So you can see we have customizable there. So for each of the additives, for every additive, it has what the menu item ID. So it's the menu item ID that we're going to use to fetch the additives. So for each menu item, especially the one that is customizable, so we can get the additive through the menu ID. So we'll send a query to the backend, and then we'll fetch all the additives that belongs to the menu ID we are passing to the backend. So it will fetch all of them so that we can display it, and then the user can select their appropriate additive. So without wasting time, let's go and get that done. So these are the additives I've created for size. We created size, add-ons, choose your size and desert. So you just see everything in real time. So when we start implementing it, so we need to write the code to fetch these items. So we'll go to our controller, and I think we can use quickly, let's go to our frequent food. I think we use something synonymous, yes, from our frequent food here. So we're getting by ID. So this is the code. We'll just copy this and then make adjustments to it. So we'll copy this and take it to our additive controller. Inside our additive controller, we want to get by ID. So this will be, so get find additives. So we have a get additives. So we're going to fetch it by ID. So I think that's all we need to do. So we'll return failed to fetch additives. So we're going to say failed to fetch additives here, and that's all we need to do. So we'll go to the route. Inside the additive route, we'll come here, and then let's use this, and then let's call it get additives, and then let's import get additives from our controller. Yes, so we save this as well. Then we go to our, so I think that's all we need to do. So we'll go back to the front end, and then we can fetch it from there. So we'll need to create the hook. So we'll go back to the front end. From here, we've saved this, come back to the front end, and inside from the front end we're going to, let's quickly get, we'll go to our hook. So this is the hook. So let's look into the fetch frequent. I think we have the, so let's, inside the hook we're going to create, let's call it fetch additives. Fetch additives.tsx. No, not this. We passed the restaurant. No, okay, yeah. Fetch menu items. That's where. So this is what we're going to use. Exactly. So where we pass the ID. So I'm just going to copy everything here, and then we'll make adjustments accordingly. So we'll come here, and then inside here I'll import everything. So we'll make adjustment accordingly. So we can close this, so everywhere it will be visible enough. So let's call it use additives, and then we're going to call this is going to be menu item ID. So menu item ID, we're going to get, so we're going to use one out of these. So we'll set additive, and then set additives. So it's going to be additive item params. So let's import that. Let's import useState as well from React, and then everything is fine. We're good to go. Let's import useEffect from React. Then let's import Axios And so here it's going to be menu item ID. That's what we're passing, menu item ID, and then we're going to be passing it to additive. And then let's go to the backend and copy it. So it's from the backend is get additives, and then it's additive. So additive here, and then get additives and get additive. So we're going to, so we're getting so here the response.data will be let's call it so we're going to set additives to the response we'll get here. So the response is supposed to be, so let's see what we'll call the response from the back end. So the response from the back end will be, let's go to our controller. So here is supposed to be, we're supposed to return JSON. So we're supposed to return this and then the result. Cool, that's what we're supposed to do here. And then we'll come back to the front end here and then get a result. So we're going to set additive to what? The result we get from the back end. And then we can close this. Where's the error coming from? So okay, yeah. So we're supposed to, this will be when menu item ID, and then we're going to return the additive here. We're returning the additive, and then so we're going to call this fetch additives. So we're going to say fetch additives, and then I think we're good to go. So we could use, so we're going to say console.log additive. So if we save it, so we can come to our, let's go to our additive modal. Let's call this. So yeah, so it's supposed to work well now. Good item, so we get the ID, and inside here we'll get what? The additives. Oh, so what we can do here is so let's change the name. Let's come back to the fetch additive here, and then we're going to change this from additive. Let's call it so it seems we are using get additive, or okay, set additive. It will be set get additive, and then we'll return get additives. So we're good to go. So we'll come back to our additive modal. So inside our additive modal we can use get additives. So cool. So if we take this up, so it seems we have status code field, so it's not connecting to the backend yet. So let's go back to our, I think we have made some mistakes, so let's go back to the backend. We're supposed in our additive route, yes, we did not pass, so we didn't pass the params to that, so we didn't pass it. It's supposed to be, let's call it menu item ID. So we're supposed to pass this. So I think that's where the problem is coming from. So if we try it again now, we should be able to get value. So I'm going to try it again. So it's still saying no, so there's another error somewhere, so let's get that too. So we'll go to our back end. I think we still have some potential error there. Okay, so what we'll do, let's say get additive. I'm going to create, let's create constant menu item. So menu item will be equal to, let's make a request dot params dot menu item. menu item ID. So come here and say menu. So we're going to say find. So let's just use find method here. So we're going to say menu item dot ID. Now menu item is equal to menu item ID. So we actually pass menu item ID. Okay, yes, we called it menu item ID. So let's change this to menu item ID. Yes, so everything is fine now. So we can save this. So we've saved it now. Let's try it again. Let's see what we got. I think by now it should work. So let's try it again. We'll go back to the front end. So from the front end, I'm going to save these, and then let's click on the customizable item again, and let's see what comes up. Cool, it's working now. You can see. So we have all the items here. Let me just bring this. Let me show you from the console. Cool. So you can see we have. So cool. We can see. So we have all the options for it. We have. So you can see the options. We have. Where's the type? The additive type is size. So we have size as the additive type. We have. That's the first one. So let's get the second one. You can see we have add-ons. And then I think for this it has 3 additives. So look at the third one. We have choose your sides and desert. So this is working out perfectly well. So what we can also do, let's check for the second one. Cool, and you can see it's showing for the second additive. So we have the type, you see it's extra, and then it has toppings. So this one has 2 customizations. It has 2 additives, so we can get going with them. So we can comment this out. So we're good to go. So the next thing we'll do is let's display those additives in our modal, in our additives modal. So we'll go to additive modal. So after we'll come after the share icon. After the share icon, we'll come here. So let's start by rendering the additives. So I'm going to import scroll view from React Native. I'll give it a style. The style will be, let's make it a margin. Let's give it margin bottom, margin bottom of 200. Then content container style. So content container style we'll use additive style dot additive. I think we have additive item container s. So inside it we're going to have, so we'll map through let's map through the additive. What did we call it earlier here? So we'll call it get additives. So we're going to map through get additives. Now we're going to get the item, the index, and then so inside it, let's get the view and provide the key. So the key will be the key, then the style. Let's provide style. The style will be additive style dot we get additive content. So we're good to go. So inside here, the first thing, let's import text from React Native. So text, we're going to get the additive types. So I think we have an error here. So I think we have an error here. I think we're using the wrong type. So let's check the type we used. Let's quickly go back to our additive, fetch additive. So the type we use here is where the problem is coming from. Or we're using additive item params. No, it's not supposed to be additive item params. Where did we get that from? Additive item params. Additive item params. We imported it from here. No. This is not the type. So the type is supposed to come from, let's go to our type params. So yes, this is supposed to be the type. This is what we're speaking to, additive params instead. So we're talking about the ID, the additive type, the is required, select info, menu item, additive option. So that's what we're speaking to. So we'll go back to our fetch and change it to additive params. That's what we should use there. So additive params we'll remove this. So it's supposed to be additive params. That's the correct type there. So we can remove this. So we're good to go. We'll save this, and then we'll come to this to back here. So inside our item, so if we try it now, we're supposed to get the right thing. Good. So this is the right type. Then for our key, we could use item. I think it's much better to use the ID of the item. So we could do it this way. So we have the text. After the text, let's style the text up. So we're going to say let's provide a style. So let's just provide a nice style there, or we just need to give that is a font weight. So we're going to give it font weight. Let's give font weight 600. And then the next thing we want to do is let's get the option. I'm just going to copy this. Let's bring it down here. And I'm going to retain the font weight. And here I'm going to say item. If item is, so I'm going to say item is required. If it's required, then we're going to use. So we're going to use object literals, and then what we'll do is let's provide this. So we're going to type required, and for now I'm just going to use a dot sign, and you can get the dot icon, but I don't want to waste time on that. So I'm just going to say item dot selected info, else we're just going to use item dot selected info. So we're good to go. And then after that we can come outside the text. And the next thing we want to display the info. So to display the info, we're going to use item and get the additive options. We want to get the additive options, and then we'll map through it because it's also an array. So to map through it, we're going to get option, and then the ID. So here we're going to use touchable opacity. So inside the touchable opacity, we'll get the key there. The key, let's use option.id. Then we'll get the style. So let's add a style there. The style will be, so we have additive.option container, and then we'll use the onPress also. So we'll write the onPress function shortly. So for now we'll just do this so we won't forget. So we can come inside here and get let's display the additive options. So we're going to get option, and then we'll get the name. Let's add a little style to this, and then I'm going to say style. So style, we will have font size and font weight. I think that's just all we need to do here. Font size will be, let's give font size of 12, and then font weight, let's give it font weight 600. So we're good to go. So I'm just going to let me just display it. so we can see what we've been doing since. So if I save this, cool, you can see this is beautiful. You can see what we've been doing since, and you can see it's showing all the options. It's showing all the options. The first one we have what extra, and it's showing that it's required, and then select any option, and then you can see it's showing all the options under what extra. So we have the chicken tikka, we have the chicken salami, we have the mutton keema. These are the options additive options under what extra. And then we have toppings. So toppings we have so topping is not required, so that required keyword is not there, so we have the select anyone option. And then under topping we have what the cheesy, we have the peri peri dip. So let me go to the first one so you can see. So if I go to the first one, you can see the options there are different. So you can see the veggie supreme has what size, and then it is required. The one when we have what the regular, the medium, and the large. And then it has add-ons. It has cheesy dip, peri peri dip, and then you can see it has garlic bread. And then it has 3 additive options. So the third one is what choose your sides and dessert, and you can see this is beautiful. It has chocolava, BBQ chicken. So we're doing very fine. So we can continue, and then so after the option name, after the name, the next thing we want to display is the price. So to display the price, I'm going to come here and say view. So we're going to use view again, and then inside this view we're going to give it a style. So we're just going to import our flex row gap container. So flex row gap container, yes, we import that. We're importing it from our header style. So we're going to say view. Let's get view. Now after that we should use text. We want to render the price here, so we're going to say text. Inside the text we're going to get the option, and then let's get the price, and then it's going to be option dot price, and then let's add a little style to that as well. Let me just copy the style here. So we're good to go. We're going to retain the same style here. So if I save that, you can see this is beautiful. It's showing the price for each additive option. You can see this is beautiful. So the next thing we want to do is to get, after the price, we want to add the radio box to it, so we can check and select those options at will. So to do that, we'll need material community icons from our vector icons. Come here and use material. Let's get material community icons. So it has been imported. So we'll have the name. So the name will be, what we could use here is, we could use two method, but we'll come back to it. We'll come back to the name. For now, let me just write something. Radio box. Okay, let's just leave the name for now, because the name is dependent on a function that we'll write shortly. So let's get a color. The color will be, let's use green, and then we'll get size. Size will be 16. Let's use 16 for now. So we're almost done with this. So if we save this, so you can see the space is there, but we've not gotten the, okay, let me just add something there so it can be visible. So we're going to use, let's use radio box. Radio box. Radio box blank for now. Let's use radio box blank, so you can see this is beautiful. So we'll come and make changes to it later. Let's continue. So the next thing is we want to also create the quantity increase and the add selected additive to the cart. So to do that, we'll come outside of the view. We'll come outside of the view here, and then we're going to get, let's create that footer. So we're going to say view, and then inside this view, let's get the style, and the style will be equal to, we're going to use additive style dot footer. So we have footer container, and then we're going to get the view here as well, and then inside this view we're going to say style style equal to additive style dot. So we have selected option container, and then we're going to get pressable from React Native, and inside the pressable we'll have the onPress to handle the quantity. So we're going to say onPress, this will be for the quantity decrease, and then we have not written the function, so we'll do that shortly. And then we can get ant design. We're going to import ant design from our expo vector icons, and inside the ant design we can use the name. Okay, we could just go, let me just copy everything. We did it inside our add food button, so I'll just come there and copy. This is what we're talking about, so I can just copy this whole thing. So I'll just copy this, bring it in here. So for here, we're going to write the function shortly. So we need to also bring in animated numbers. So here, let's just put a static number. We're going to write the function shortly, so we can use the real number there. So for the animated count, so we can get additive style, then we have the animated count. So in here too, we're going to write the so we'll come here and import the animated numbers, which we've done. So you can see we no longer have any error, so we can save this, and you can see cool. So we still need to add we still need to work on it to make everything display beautifully. So we'll come to our, so let's continue, we'll fix the error shortly. So we'll come here and let's get touchable opacity from React Native. So inside the touchable opacity, we're going to get the onPress. So the onPress function, we will also write everything shortly. Then get style. Style will be additive style add item. So we're going to use add item container. So you can see everything is working out fine. So, and then we can get so we get the text. So the text here, we're going to use the text. We're going to say add item, and then we're going to get the price. So the price here will be the cart total, which we have not written. So I'm just going to put something static here for now. So we'll come back and then put the writing, because all these things are dependent on the functions that we have not written, and we're going to write shortly. So we're going to say get the font weight. So we'll get color. We're going to use color of white, and then we can save this. Beautiful. So our quantity increase and decrease is not showing, probably because of the color we're using. So let's change the color. Let's use black instead. So we save it. Cool. Beautiful. So everything is appearing correctly now. Everything is fine now. Beautiful. So we can continue. So we're done with the UI for the additive modal. So the next thing we want to do now is we want to get started with the functions, the handlers here. So let's quickly go and get started with this, so that we can add our additive items to the cart. So to do that, we'll come up here. So the next thing we want to do is let's get the dispatch first. So we're going to say dispatch equal to use app dispatch. So let's import use app dispatch, and then let's get the quantity first. So we'll call it quantity count, and then set quantity count, and then we're going to say is equal to use state. We would use use state from React, use state, and then the initial will be 1, and it will be a type of number. So const. So we're good to go. Then the second one would be, let's just copy this. So the second one will be additive. So we're going to say selected additive. We want to save all the selected additives. So we're going to say set selected additive, and it to be use state. So we can bring this down. And the type will be additive. So we're going to get additives. So I think we're good to go. So if you don't like it, you can spread this, because so you can see everything. That's why I have to break it down this way. Hope you understand. And then the next thing I want to do is const. So let's get the increase quantity one. So to increase the quantity, we're going to write a function. So the function we're going to set, so set quantity count. We're going to set quantity count, and then we'll get the previous. So let's call it previous quantity. So previous quantity, and then we're going to say previous quantity plus 1. And that's all we need to do here. So we'll just copy these and then duplicate for the decrease quantity. So we're going to say decrease quantity. So decrease quantity. So before we do this, we want to check. So we want to check if quantity count is greater than 1. If it's greater than 1, else. So this will be else. We'll pass our onClose function to it. We'll call it, and then we'll bring this here. So inside here, we're going to say if quantity is greater than 1, then we're going to set quantity, previous quantity, and this will be minus 1. So it seems we have an error here. Okay, so let's get that done. So if quantity, so the else function is supposed to be here. So I'm going to cut this, bring this here, and bring the else function here. So everything is cool, we're fine. So, and this will be for the decrease quantity, and then so we're going to handle selected. Let's handle selected additives. So we're going to save the additive. So we can come here and say const handle selected additive, handle selected. So handle selected additive. So it's going to be new. So let's call it new additive, and then we're going to pass the type as additives. And then in here, we're going to first thing we want to check. You want to check the parent ID. So we're going to say check parent ID. So to do that, we're going to get the previous. So we're going to get the previous additives. No, before we check the parent ID, we need to get the selected additives. We need to go into the set selected additives, and inside the set selected additive, we want to get the previous. Additives. So I want to get the previous additive, so we can check if the additive option is already existing in the selected additives, because the selected additive is going to be an array. So it will save more than one additive. So all the selected additives will be saved inside the set selected additives array. So before we add any additive, we want to check if the additive is existing, or if that category of that, if any option from that category is already existing. I think that's just a simple word there. So I want to check. So, and how can we get this? Is through their parent ID. They all have the same parent ID. So each category of additive has the same parent ID because they belong to a particular category. For example, we have the size, we have the add-on. So that's the essence of adding the parent ID in the backend. So size has its own ID, add-ons has its own ID. So all the options under size now belong to the same parent ID. So we want to check. So from the parent ID, we will know if the parent ID exists. That means an option from that category has been selected, is already existing. So we want to toggle that. We want to check that. So if it exists, we toggle and then make changes and update. So that's what I want to do here. So we're going to say parent ID. So we're going to say check parent ID, and then we want to get the previous additives. So we're going to use the sum function. The sum function will loop through it and return the match. So we're going to say, come bring this in here. So we're going to say item. So we're going to use item.parent ID equal to new. So new additive dot parent ID. So, and then we also want to check, and we'll say and then item dot ID is now equal to new additive dot ID. So that's it. So we want to check if we want to check through the previous additives, and we want to find if any of the previous additive has its parent ID exactly equal to what the parent ID of the new additive that was just selected, that we want to add into the selected additive array. So, and then want to check if the ID of the item is not, if the ID of the item already existing in the additive array is not equal to what the additive we're about to pass. So if this is true, that means another option from that category has been selected, is currently existing. So we want to make changes to that. So that's just the idea. So we'll come here, and then we'll come outside the check parent additive and say if check parent additive is true. If it's true, then we want to update the additive array, the selected additive array. So we'll just say updated. Let's call it updated additive equal to, so get the previous additive using the filter. We'll use the filter method. Then we'll get the item. Okay, what we can do, we can bring this down. So we'll get the item. So for each item currently existing, we want to say parent ID. So we want to return all the item in the selected additive array except the one whose parent ID is equal to the new additive parent ID. So we're going to get new additive dot parent ID. So we want to return all the existing additive ID except we want to return all the currently existing selected additives except the one whose parent ID is equal to the new additive, the parent ID of the new additive. So that's what this is just saying. So after that, so we will remove that one and then add the new one. So we're just going to use return, and then inside the return is going to be an array. So we'll use the spread operator, and then we'll get the updated additive, and then we'll pass new additive. It makes sense, right? So this function is going to remove the one that has a match. So it will remove, let's say for example, the previous selected is regular, and then now I'm selecting large. So it will find it when it loops through it. It will check through using the parent ID. It will find that regular is already existing. So it will remove regular. It will remove regular and then add large as currently selected, as the new selected additive. So that's what we're doing here. So this updated additive is the one that will remove the regular, and then we're spreading it. So it will return all the selected additive except the regular. So it will remove the regular, and then in the return function here, it will now pass what the new additive that we just selected, which is what large. I hope that explains it. So after that, else, that means it doesn't exist. It's not existing in that means the new additive is not existing. The parent ID is not existing in the was selected additive array. So if it's not existing, so we want to add it. So if the parent was not found, so we're going to say const if the parent was not found. So we want to check if it's present. So we're going to say previous additives. We're still going to use the sum function, and inside the sum function we're going to get the item, we'll get the item. So in this, so I want to get item dot parent ID equal to new additive dot parent ID. So we can bring it here too. So we're going to say if is present. So if it's present, we're going to say return. So we're going to say previous. So previous additive dot filter. So we'll get the item. Then we'll get item dot ID. And then we'll return and we'll remove the new additive. So I think we're good to go. So here now, this is what we're doing here. Here we're checking if that additive is selected and then the user press toggle it. It's like you want to toggle. So let's say, for example, I selected the regular and the regular was selected. Now I want to unselect it. I don't want to select it again. So if I toggle it again, it's supposed to what? Remove it. So that's what we're using this for. So once I select the regular, it becomes marked. It becomes filled. So once it's filled, if I toggle it again, it will remove it. It will mark it. So that's what we're using this for. So it will check before it adds any additive. It will check. This function will check if that additive is already existing. So if the additive is already existing, the selected additive array. So it tells the computer that okay, this person wants to remove it, doesn't want to select the additive again. So that's just what it's saying. We select and unselect. So that's what this one is used for. So in case it doesn't find it, that means it does not exist yet in the selected additive array. So if it doesn't exist yet in selected additive array, what we just do is what we will use the spread operator from our return function. We'll use the spread operator and add it. So we add the previous additive, the previously existing additive, and then pass the new additive to it. And you can see the error is also gone. Don't have any error there anymore. So I think we're good to go. So let's go and add all these functions that we have created so far. So we'll come here. So let's come to our let's go to our, so this one is minus, so this one will be the decrease quantity. So we're going to get the decrease quantity because it's minus, and then the other one is plus. So we'll get increase quantity. Then our unlimited number, we're going to change this to quantity count. So if we save it, still 1. And then for our handle selected additive, so it will be when we select, so we'll come up here, yes, around here. Yes, it's this touchable opacity that we use to select. So we're going to call this handle selected additive. So let me bring it down here. So handle selected additive. So we're passing the option here. This is what we're passing to it, the option, and it will measure up for. So you can see we're passing the option here, and then it will measure up for. So we can close the scroll view to make it faster. So we can see that we're passing what? A parameter, an argument here. So that's what we're passing in. So that's the option. So that's the option here. So that's why we have to pass the option that is selected. We'll pass it inside here. So if we save this now, let's go back to our. So if I come here now, let's start with the quantity. If I increase it, you can see the quantity is increasing. Everything is working fine. So you can see the quantity increase and decrease is working fine. So if I go to selected additive now, I'm going to select regular. Okay, we need we need to also do one more thing here. So we need to check, so we need to change this and then ensure that, so that we can toggle it. We know the one that has been selected and the one that is yet to be selected. So we'll remove this, or what I could actually do is, okay, let me just remove it and then write the whole thing from the start. So I'm going to say, so here I'm going to say selected, we'll get selected additives. So selected additive dot include, we're going to use the includes method here. Let me just minimize this, dot includes. So we're going to get the option, so option, okay, we could do dot include, so get the option, and then we could say, so if it includes the option, we're going to mark it, else. So we're going to say include, so if it includes it, else. So if it includes the option, we were going to add radio box. So we're going to add radio box, so radio box marked, so it's called radio box marked, yes. And then else it will be radio box blank, radio box. So we can bring the X function. So if it includes the option, it will be marked. If that option is included in the array, in the selected additive array, it will mark it, else it will return word blank. The remaining ones will be blank. So I think that's all we need to do. So we can bring this down again and show everything in real time. So we save it, and you can see this is beautiful. You can see it has selected the regular. So let me toggle the regular again. You see what I'm talking about. You see it's no longer selecting it. So that's what we've been doing since. So if I select regular and let me select large, I'm going to select large now, and you can see it will update it. You can see this is beautiful. But see, if I select from another category, you see that it retains the large because they don't belong to the same parent. So let's say if I select peri deep, you can see, and the large is still what's selected. The peri deep is also selected. This is beautiful. If I change from peri deep to garlic bread, and you can see this is beautiful because they belong to the same word parent. And if I choose, you can see, so we have 3 selected additives here. So we have chocolava, we have garlic bread, we have large. So we have selected from each of them, of the categories. So everything is working out fine. So, and if we go to, we need to console.log the selected category, it has been selected. But let me show you so that you see that everything is actually working fine. So we'll go to, we can minimize this, minimize them, so we can navigate faster. So if we come here, let's say I come here and say console.log, we've selected three items. So let me just say additives, and then let's call it selected additive.length, so we won't waste time. So if I save that, you can see, so, and 3 was selected here, so you can see everything is working out fine. So we can continue. The next one we want to do, we want to show the correct price, the correct item total, the add item, the total. We want to do the calculation and add it there so we can get the correct price. So to do that, we're going to come down here after the handle selected additive, and we're going to say const, let's get the additive total. So we want to get the additive total, the total price. So the additive total price will be, we're going to use reduce method. So we're going to get the selected additives. So the selected additives, we'll map through it. We'll map through selected additive. So we'll map through it. We'll get the item. So for each item in the selected additive, we want to get the item the price. So we want to get the price. And if, so let's pass the option now. So if it's not provided, if it's not available, so we want to use 0, so it won't throw an error. So that's the essence of that. So, and then after getting that, we want to, so we'll use our reduce. So we'll say dot reduce here. We'll use the reduce method, and then inside the reduce, we're going to get the current let's get the current price and the previous. So we'll get the previous, and then we will, or what we'll do is we will say previous, we'll say current, current plus previous, and then the initial will be what, 0. So that's what we need to do here. So I think we're good to go. So if we come here, we could say console.log, let's see, add price, additive price. So additive price, we'll just get, let's get additive total price. So if we save it, you can see this is beautiful. And then let's calculate it manually to ensure that everything is working out fine. Something is wrong with our code. So something is wrong. It's not showing them. It's marked. Then this is 170, and this is 225. If we remove it, something is wrong somewhere. Okay, let me remove all the additives. Okay, it's correct. So it's 0. The initial is 0 here. So let's say 80. Let's say 80 plus 35 will be. So 80 plus 35, that's 115. That's correct. And then let's add plus 25. Yes, correct. 140. So everything is running correctly. It's working out correctly. So everything is working out correctly. Another thing we can do is so let me just comment this out for now, and then we're going to use something else. So we're going to say name. So we're going to say name. So we're going to say selected additives dot find. So we're going to say selected, let's call it selected, and then inside the selected we're going to say, so we're going to say selected.id. So we're going to get where the options match. So it will be, so where it's equal to options.id. So we're going to look for where the selected, so we're going to check through the selected additives, get the ID of the selected options there, and match it with the option we're trying to pass. So if we find the match, it will mark them. That means those ones have been selected. So we'll come here and say, so if it's true, then it will pass the radio. So radio box marked, else it will be radio box blank. So if we save it now, you can see it will retain the selection. So if we bring everything up, so you can see the selected additives are there, so it's retaining them. Cool. So if we change this to regular, so it will retain what we selected. So this, so we've gotten the price. So the next thing we want to do is after the total price, so we want to get the, so we're going to go, the next thing we want to do is, this is subtotal. So subtotal will be, we're going to get the additive total price, and then we're going to add it to the menu item price, so that we'll not have an error in case it's not provided. If it's undefined, then it will use 0, so that way there won't be any error. So it will be 0 where the price is not undefined or not provided. So that's what we're using this for. So after that, we'll come, let's get the cart item total will be, so we need to match it with with the quantity being selected. So we're going to say subtotal will multiply it by the quantity, will give us the quantity count. Then we'll come here, we'll say let's use state. So use state, we import use state from, and then use state we'll pass our cart item total into it, and then we want it's a type of number, and then inside here we're going to say cart total price, and then let's say set cart total price. So inside here we're going to use effect, import use effect from React, and then let's add a dependency array. So inside the use effect we're going to set the cart total price equal to what? The cart item total, and then we're going to say cart item total and then quantity. We just want to use this to calculate or update the price when the criteria changes. So we want to update the price, especially if when the user choose another select another option, so the price will change, or when the quantity increase, the price will also definitely change. So that's the reason why. So we're using the use effect to keep track on it. So it will update, it will trigger, it will calculate the set cart total price again every time there's changes. There's any change to what? If there's changes to the cart item total or the quantity count, once it changes, that increasing or decrease, so it will calculate the total price and then update it accordingly. So if we come here now, let's say total price will now be cart item total price, cart total price. So if we save this now, so you can see it's adding the price of the item. The price of the item is, let's come back here, you can see the price is 4. So that's what we have here. So if we come here and then we add, if we add, you can see it's calculating everything in real time, and it's bringing what? The correct price. So if we add, let's add 35 plus 8, and you can see it's updating it in real time. And then let's add 80, and you can see it's updating. If we increase the quantity, you can see everything is updated in real time. So we want to pass that to our add item button. So we'll come down. So here we're going to pass, instead of 300, we're going to pass the cart. We're going to pass the cart total price. So you can see everything is working out fine. It's 318. So if I increase the quantity again, so you can see everything is calculated in real time. So if I decrease the quantity, and you can see this is beautiful. And if I remove, you can see it will close it, because we pass the function here that if the quantity is greater than 1, it will reduce, else if it's not greater than 1, it will what? It will close the modal. So we are using what? Where is it? Okay, no, it's not here. It's inside our quantity count. So inside our decrease quantity, so else on close, it will pass what? The close. And you can see how beautiful it is, and all these things we're able to make use of it through forward rev and then use imperative handle. So we're good to go. So I think with these we're done with the additive modal. So okay, there's still one more thing we need to do. We need to add the additive modal to cart. So all this thing we are doing, we've done the logic, we've done the arithmetic, but we've not actually added it to cart. So I think that's the only thing that is left. So to do that, we're going to come down here. Let's quickly do that. So we can comment out this console.log, and then we're going to say const add additive item. So let's use async. So async, and then So we're going to say const cart data. Let's get the cart data. So the cart data will get the restaurant. Restaurant will be equal to restaurant. Then we're going to get the item. So we're passing the item. So we're going to say item. We're going to use the spread operator, and then we're going to use the menu item. And inside that, the quantity will be equal to the quantity count. Quantity will be equal to quantity count. Then for the additive, we're going to say the additives. The additives will be an object as well. And then we're going to get the ID. The ID will be selected additives. So we're just going to use the first one. So we can pass the ID there, and then we're going to get the quantity. So the quantity will be equal to the quantity count, and then we're going to, so we'll get the cart item price. The cart item price. Cart item price will be cart item total. So this will be. Then the next one is we're going to get the additive total price. It will be equal to additive total price. And then we have the additive options. Additive options. So additive options will be selected additives. So that will be the additive options. So I think we're good to go. So after that, after the cart data, we will now use our dispatch to dispatch it. So we've not created the function. So we're going to call it, and then we'll pass the onClose. So once it's added, we want to close the modal. So onClose, we'll call it, and then we want to close the modal. So we need to go and add what? Let's go to our cart slice, to our reducer, to create what? The add to cart function. So to add the additive, so we'll come back to our cart slice. So we'll go to our reducer. I can minimize this for now. So remove from cart, let's close that. Let's close this, and then we can come to our add to cart. Let's copy add to cart, and then we'll make changes to it. We'll just improve it. So I'm going to copy and then paste, so we won't waste time. So I'm going to call this add additive to cart. So let's call it add additive to cart. So we're going to get the state, we're going to get the action, the payload, we're going to get the restaurant, and let's go to restaurant params. Then we'll get the item. Item will be equal to cart item, and then we'll get the additive. So additives, and additive will be, let's get them. I think we have selected additive params. So let's see if we have it. I think we have selected additive params. Now type check says selected additive params. So that's what we're going to use. Just bring it down here. So we're using selected additive params. That's imported it from our types params. So let me quickly show you for benefit of doubt. We created that earlier on, so I'll bring it here. So selected additive. So this is it. So this is what we're using. So we're good to go. We can continue. So we'll come to our. We'll come here. So after that, we want to check if the restaurant. So this one remains true. We want to check if the restaurant is there. So we need to destructure here. We need to add the additives. Let's call it additives. So we want to check if restaurant is existing. So check if restaurant, this one remains true. We want to check it first if the restaurant has been added to the cart, if it's existing inside the cart. So if restaurant is existing, if existing is equal to true, then we want to find the cart item. They want to find the item. I think so. This one is also true. So we want to check if item is present. Okay, let's use item present. Okay, if item is existing, so I want to check if item is existing. Okay, let me just use item present, place of item existing. So I want to check if item is present. So if item is present, to check that, we're going to use restaurant is existing, so we'll map through it, and then if it finds it, so we can still retain that too. So if item is present, so if the item is present, we want to get the item index if the item is present. So we'll clean this up, we'll remove this, and then if the item is present, what we need to do here is to get what we need to get the index. So we're going to say const get item index. So item index, so we'll go to map through item is present, then we'll get the customization, and inside the customization we can now pass the find method. So we'll find index. So we're going to use find index. So we're going to use find index. So find index, we will get so we'll get the additive. Let's say additive. So here we're going to use, let me just quickly write it and then I'll explain. So we use json.stringify. So we're going to say additive, and then we'll get the option, additive option. So where it's equal to, so we can just bring this down, json.stringify, then additive option. Then we're going to say json.stringify. So we're going to say additives.options. I think we're good to go. So I'm just going to quickly explain this. So what we're doing here is we're mapping through the additive. So inside for the item present, there will be additive because this item has additives. So we'll call it customization here. So we're mapping through the additive using the index, and we want to find a match. So we want to find a match from what the additive.options. So that's for each additive. For the additive, we want to find a match from the additive here from our item. So the item present, we want to find the match, the one that match what the additive.option. That means the additive we are passing from. So which is what we are doing by using JSON stringify. We are converting, because this is an object. This is an object, so we are converting it to string, and as a result of that, so we can easily match. We look for identical options. So we want to look for inside the customization array. We want to look for the additive option object that is identical to the options we are passing here. So that's what we are saying. So from there, so it can look into it and get what the one that is identical, the very first one that is identical, so it will return what true once it finds it. So that's why we are using stringify. If not, it will not give you the correct result. So we're good to go. You'll see everything in practice. So it will match the two, and once it finds a match, which is the one that is identical, it will return true. So it will save it inside what the item get item index. So if an identical additive options object is found, the get item index here will be assigned the index of that object. So if no identical object is found, get item index will be assigned the value of -1. So if there is no match, it will become get item index will be equal to -1. But once it finds it, it will assign the get item index to the index of that object. So what we are going to do here next is after this function, we're going to say, so we're going to come here and say if. So we're going to say if get item index, the first one we want to check if it's not equal to undefined. If it's not equal to undefined, and get item index is not equal to -1. So if it's equal to -1, that means there's no match. So if it's not equal to -1, then there's a match. So what we're going to do is we're going to say const. So let's say const existing additive. So if there's a match, that means the additive is existing already in the cart. So that's just what we're doing. So we're going to say item is present, then customization, and then we're going to assign it to So we're going to assign the get item index to it. So that's what we're going to do. So inside our customization, we assign what? We assign that get item index to our customization, so we can update it. So if another thing we need to do is we are going to check if existing. So we're going to say if existing additive is not equal to undefined and item present dot customization is true. No. So we're going to say item present or customization is true. So what we're going to do here is we're now going to increase the quantity. So we're going to say quantity. So you can say quantity then plus plus. So that's all what we're doing here. So if there's a match, that means the item we're trying to add to the additive we're trying to add to cart is already existing. So if it's already existing, we don't want to add it again. So we'll just increase the quantity. That's what we're doing here. So and after that, so we also need to update the price. So we're going to say additive.cart item price. So cart item price will be, we're going to say item, let's call it item is present, we get the price, and then we'll multiply it by, so we'll multiply it by the additive, the existing additive dot quantity. So that's all we want to do there. So that way it will update the price. So we're going to say plus. So we want to add it to, so we want to add the new to the old. So we're going to say additive total. Where's our additive total price? So we're going to say additive total price multiplied by existing additive dot quantity. So we're going to say else. So else if there's no match, we are going to create a new. So else, if the index is -1, that means the additive, they are not identical. So if they are not identical, we want to add a new customization. So we're going to call it let's call it new additive ID. So we would be using ID generator. We're going to be using UUID from React Native. So don't worry, I'm going to explain everything to you shortly. So let's just add it so that I will show you practically what's happening. So that way you will understand better rather than just explain the code to you. So when you see what it's doing practically, you understand, because this is actually a complex multi-cart system, and this is how it's done. This is what's obtainable in real life. That's what they do. That's why it's complex. So it's better for me to just explain practically. So what we're just going to do is we're going to import UUID. So we're going to use it to generate ID. So I'm just going to say npm install UUID. So that's been installed. So we'll come here, let's import UUID. So I'm going to say import so I'm going to say version 4 as UUID. So we're going to come back here. So we'll come here and say, so we'll bring UUID. So it will generate a separate ID for this customization. So we'll come here and say item present. So we'll get the customization, and then we'll use the push method. And we're going to spread the additive. We'll spread additives, and then the ID will be equal to the new additive ID. So in this case, so that it will have a unique ID. Then quantity will be additive dot quantity. Then the cart item price will be additive. It will be additive dot cart item price. So we're good to go. Then we'll now come here and update the price. So we update the price of the cart. So we'll update the quantity rather. So update the quantity. The quantity will be item. So we're going to say item is present. Okay, let's do it this way. So item is present, and then we'll get the quantity. And if there's no quantity there, we'll use 0. If it's not defined, we'll use 0. And then we're going to say plus. So plus additives. So additive.quantity. So plus additive.quantity, and then we're good to go here. So after that, we'll come here. I keep forgetting this. Yes, I think we're good to go now. So come here, and then we also need to calculate the total quantity. So to calculate the total quantity, we'll say const. Let's use the reduce method to calculate the total quantity. So let me say total quantity. Total quantity will be. So we're gonna get the item present. Item is present. That's customization. Then we're going to use the reduce method here to calculate the total quantity. And then if I bring it here, I'll say we accumulate, and then we accumulate the additives. So for each additive, we're going to get the additive dot quantity. Yes, we have the additive dot quantity. We have the additive dot quantity, and the initial will be 0. Okay, I think this is where the error is coming from. Yes, so we're good to go. And then so from this we can now update our item is present, the quantity of the cart of the item of the cart item. So we say the quantity. So we upgrade it will now be what the total quantity. And if it's pass option, so if it's not defined, it will throw an error. So to make use of to make use of 0. So after that, we also need to update the price, the cart total price. Now that's what we're updating here. So based on the additive, so we need to update the total quantity, and then update the total quantity, and update the total price. So to update the price, so we're going to say total, let's call it total cart item price. So the cart item price will be item. So we got the customization. And we're also going to use reduce method again. So we're going to have additive, and inside the additive we're going to do so in this case we're going to use the price. So we're going to use the cart item price, and then the initial will be 0. So we're good to go. So come here and say item is present, and then we get the cart item price. So the cart item price will be equal to total cart item, and if it's not defined, we'll pass the option to it, and it will be 0. So this won't. Yeah, that's where the problem came from. So the error we had was because our node module was not able to resolve the UUID we installed. So that's where the problem is coming from. Node modules does not recognize it. So all you just need to do at that point is restart the app. You need to restart our module so that it can be updated in our node module, and then node module can read it. So what I did, I'm just quickly going to show you. So you can see I started again. After stopping the server, you see I stopped the server. I stopped the server using Control C in my terminal to stop the server. Then I rebuild it again, npx export start, and that's all you need to do, and everything will work fine. You see everything is working fine now. So after updating the item, yes, we update the cart item price, and after that we want to, so after that we'll come here. Okay, this is the else function. So let's come here and close this if. So that's the else, so we need to close the if up here. So if the item is present, the logic we wrote inside here is for if that item has already been added to cart before and is already existing in the cart. So we just want to update the item, update the customization, and then, but if the item does not exist, if the item is a fresh item that we want to add to the cart, it's not existing in the cart before, then we'll come here and then we'll push it. So inside here, what we're going to do is we're going to get restaurant is existing, then dot item, then the push. So we push the item, so push the item, and here the quantity. So here it's not going to be the item, we're not using item in this case, so we're going to use quantity. So we're going to use the additive rather, so it's going to be additives. So inside the additive we have the quantity, so we're adding the quantity. So that's what we're going to do. And then we have the cart, we have the cart item. Okay, we already have cart item here, so let's just adjust this. So this will be from the additive as well. So here we're going to say our additives, and then we have the cart item price. Then after that we're going to get the additive total. No, that will do. So the next thing we want to do is to get the customization. We want to add the customization since it's a new item. Since it's a new item we're adding to cart, so what we want to do is we want to get the customization. So customization, so we want to get the customization from the item. So we want to get the customization, and the customization is an array, and then the array will be of object. So inside that we will spread the additives, and then get the quantity inside the quantity. So we'll get the quantity will be additives, and then it's going to be the quantity here. Then we have the cart item price, it will be additives, the cart item price, and then we'll have the additive total price will be equal to additive total price. So we're good to go, and that's all we need to do. So the options will be added inside the spread operator here, inside the additives, not automatically. So, and that's all we needed to do here. So if the item does not exist is not already existing in the cart, what we want to do is we want to push the item. We want to add the item to the cart afresh, and then we'll add the items. We add the item and then add the customization, the additives, into the item. So that's what this is speaking to. That's when if the item is not existing. Then another one we want to do is if the restaurant cart is not existing. So we'll come to if the restaurant cart is not existing, so we want to use this else. If the restaurant cart is not existing, we want to use the else function. So, and here what we're going to do is to do that also we need to generate. So we're going to generate, let's say we're going to generate new additive ID. Let's use your ID. So we're going to use your ID, and then here we're going to get the state.cart.push. So we'll push the restaurant, we'll push the item. So I'll just come here and copy all of this. We'll copy everything we had inside our. So we'll just copy this. It's still the same. So the only thing that we're adding to it is the restaurant. So every other thing remains the same in there. So we'll just copy this and bring it here. and change it to, and change the, okay, the item is going to be an array as well. So we will come here and let's see, yes, so we have the item, so we can just correct this. So it will be an array of objects. So it's an object, so we're supposed to pass the object here, and let's close it after this, before the array. Yes, and everything is cool. So let's arrange it properly. Cool, we're good to go. So the items remain, the item remains, and then we're going to add, it's just the same, there's nothing changes there. And then we have add the customization also remains the same. So the only thing we're adding is what, the restaurant, because the restaurant does not exist as of the point in this scenario. The restaurant is not existing, so we need to add the restaurant, add the item, and the customization for the item. So I think that's all we need to do here. So that's all we need to do, and I think we're good to go. So I'm going to save this. Then inside our additive here, we're supposed to add the additive ID. So we're supposed to add the ID. So the ID will be, let's add the ID will be new additive ID. Then we'll put a comma. So that's all we need to do. We're good to go. So let's go back to our additive modal and handle the add additive item. So we'll come here. So this is it. We're going to use our dispatch. So from our dispatch, we're going to call the additive, add additive. Okay, we've not. Let's check. Did I add it to the reducer, action? No, we haven't added it. So we're going to say add additive to cart. So we can import it here. So we're going to say add additive to cart. So we can import it, and then we'll pass the argument to it, and it will be what, the cart data, and we're good to go. So we need to also add the additive item. We need to add it to our function. We need to add the function to, so we need to add it to add additive item. Yes, we're going to add it here. So add additive item. So we're good to go. So I can zoom in our screen. So let's try to add this. So if we press on this, so we're going to select, we select this, and then let's select another one here, and then let's select this. Let's have two quantity. Let's make it 3. So everything is $533. So let's try to add it. If everything worked well, it should be added to our cart. Cool, beautiful, and you see it worked out. So let's check the console and see, and you can see this is beautiful. It's already counting it. So we have what, 3, and that's the number, that's the quantity we added. So it's 3, and it's working very well, and you can see this is beautiful. So let's check our console out and see if our logic, everything worked out correctly. So the first thing, I'm going to take this up a little. So you see we have the ID. So this is the in this case now the restaurant is already existing because we already added chili. You can see the one we added that's not customizable. So the restaurant is existing in that case. So what we did, you can see we have the additive total price. The additive total price is 175. So, and the 175 came from, okay, we have the quantity is 3, and then we have the cart item price. The total price is 537. So you see everything is working out fine. We have all our logic and calculation correctly. So the next thing we want to do is, if we press the plus sign again, so if you press the plus sign again, just see what's going to happen. So you can see this modal is not opening again, and you can see what it's saying. It's saying open edit additive, because now it recognizes that that cart is not null, customizable is true, and then that cart is not null, that customizable is not null. So instead of it to open the modal, it's now showing us what open edit modal, and that's what we did here. Where's the logic in our custom modal? So in our custom modal, we know in our add to button, add food button. So we can close this. Now in our add food button, we said you see it here. So undo add to cart, you can see. So we say if the cart is not, if customizable is true, that means the item is customizable, has additives, and then we check if the cart is not equal to null. So if it's not equal to null, open edit additive. So this is the one is using. Earlier on the cart was null and it was using was show additive modal, but now this item already exists. So when we're trying to press again, when we click on the plus button, it goes towards this open edit additive, and that's working fine. So that we can edit, and what maybe you want to make adjustments to what the customization. So you see all the logic will now start fitting in well. Now you understand it practically. So but if I go to the second customizable, now you see it will not do it. You see it's opening the second customizable, or the second customization, this customizable item. So I'll just bring it down a bit too. So to do this, all I'm just going to do is we're going to create another modal. So we have the additive, we are add food. So inside the additive modal, we're going to create inside the modals. Let's call it update food card .tsx, and then the second one will be, let's call it a update item quantity. So we're going to say update item quantity .tsx. So quickly we'll go to the food card. I'm going to use tsrnf, and then let's go to additive modal here, and then we'll just copy some things there and make adjustments. So I'll copy this, and then we'll make adjustments to it accordingly. So I'll come here and so here we're going to call it, let's call it update card params. Let's import our restaurant params. Let's import our menu item params. We'll import our, so here we want to use on close, and here we're going to make use of, let's call it selected. We're going to use selected additive params, and then we'll remove the option. We also need to remove, please remember to remove it from here too. We have provided the additive, so this can go off. Yes, we need to remove it. So let's call this option. So we want to target the additive options. So we have selected additive params, so we can bring it in here. So we have the update card params, and then we have our restaurant, our menu item, and then the option. So we'll also use our dispatch. So we're going to say const dispatch is equal to use app dispatch, which has been imported. No, app dispatch, use app dispatch. So we're good to go. So we need to get our cart items. So to get our cart items, so we need to use the use app selector. Remember, we created the use app selector inside our Redux hook. So the use app selector will take argument, will get the get restaurant. So we'll pass the get restaurant. What did we call it? We called it get restaurant cart item. Yes. So get restaurant cart item would we'll have to pass the restaurant ID, so it'll be restaurant.id, and then we need to pass the item. The item will be, let's say, menu item. That'll be menu item.id. We can continue. So from there we can get what the restaurant, the cart item. So I need to be linked to what the restaurant ID and then the menu ID. So and then we got it from our what from here, restaurant and menu. So to select the cart item there. So I think what we'll just do, let's get started with the UI before we now pass our logic. So we'll come here. I'm going to remove all these and then pass an empty fragment. Inside the empty fragment, I'm going to say custom. Let's import our custom modal. So we import our custom modal, and then we get our ref as well. So to get our ref, so let's just get the ref here. It's the same ref we use, so I'm just going to call it ref. Ref will be equal to, so ref will get use ref from React. Use ref from React, and then it will be null, and then we'll pass our custom modal ref that we created earlier. So custom modal ref, it has been imported, so we can come inside here and inside our ref, then we'll say ref equal to ref. So ref will be equal to ref, which will be equal to this ref. So we can continue, and then the next thing we want to do is we want to import view from our React Native. So the view will have a style. Let's give it a style of. Let's give it a style of. We have update. So we get update. So we have update item style. So we have inside it we have update card container. Don't forget you can get all the styles from the description box. So you get a link for it and then get all the styles. So we won't waste time on it. And then after that we'll get another view. So we'll have another view. This view will be, we'll give it style. The style will be equal to, so update item style, and then it will be update card container, update card content. So another thing we can do, so we can see all the changes in real time. I'm just going to come to our, so I'll just come to our update quantity. So the update item quantity, I'll use tsrnf. So inside here we're going to create, so I'm going to use, so I'm going to say export interface. So export interface, update item params, and I'm going to get the menu item. Let's get the restaurant. The restaurant will be equal to the restaurant params. Then we'll get the menu item. Menu item will be equal to menu item params. We get, so let's say open update modal. So it will be a function. Then we'll pass the unclose to it. So unclose will also be a function as well. You can come here and get our update item params, and then inside here we'll get the restaurant, the menu item, we'll get the open updated, and then we'll get the unclose. So we can get const, we'll say const cart item. So const cart item, we use it to get it. So we're going to use the app selector, and then get restaurant. Okay, I'm just going to copy everything. We did it here already. So we're going to use this, bring it here, and then post. No. So let's import get restaurant. So import get restaurant cut item, and then we're good to go. So inside the view here, so quickly I'm going to change this. So I'm going to say view, so view will be style will be update item style dot. We have the header, we have the header container, and then we have our view, and then view here will be style. So we get the, we're going to use, so we're going to say we're going to flex, so we're going to flex row gap, we're going to use flex row gap container, and then it has been imported, so we want to change the gap and then make the gap equal to 10. So we have updated the value of the gap, so you can always do that too. So here we're going to pass, let's pass the text, and inside the text we're going to say update last customization. So what we'll do here is, before we continue, let's pass this to our, so we're going to come to our add food button. So inside the add food button, we'll come here and do, so inside the add food button, let's come up here. So inside our additive here, we're supposed to pass the additive. Okay, I think in here we actually don't require this additive. It's not necessary because we're not passing our additive through here. We're getting our additive from the backend here, so we will remove this. It's not necessary in this case. So we'll remove this, and then we'll remove additive from here. It's not required. So we're good to go. So after, so we'll come here and then we'll just copy these and then make changes to it so that we can display the update model. So I'll come here and do, so here will be show update, item model. So we're going to use this, and we're going to use our show model, and here we'll pass in what the additive, the update quantity. So update quantity. So, and inside here we're going to get the restaurant menu items. Then we need to get open update model. So open update model will be, it's a function, a callback function. We'll pass a callback function, and then we're going to get the modal ref dot current, and then I'll close. And then we're going to say set timeout. So set timeout. So we're going to say show additive modal. And then we're going to say 3. We could make it 2 seconds. So our onClose remains the same. OnClose, it will close it. So we're good to go. If we pass it this way now, if I click on the press, okay, so we need to pass that, this show update additive, we need to pass it to, so we need to pass the show update item model to our undo cut to cut, so it will come here. So instead of this, we'll bring it here. So we're going to say show update model. So that's what we need to do. And if I press the plus button now, see, let me increase the screen here. So when I press the button, cool, beautiful, and you can see it's already showing, and it's showing what update last customization. And then if we come here to our, so if I close this is beautiful. And then so if I come to our, so it's already showing this because we've passed this, we passed what, the update item quantity, so we're good to go. And then so we can continue, so you see everything in real time. So we'll go back to our quantity, so we can close the view here and then import scroll view from React Native. So scroll view, inside the scroll view we're going to have, so let's give it content container style. It will be, let's call it update item style dot scroll view container. So and then we can come here, and so we're going to use the cart. So we're going to use the cart item, and I'm going to map through it to display the items in there. So we're going to say cart item. So inside the cart item we'll get the customization. So and then we'll map through it using the map function. So I'm going to get the options there, and then the options we can get the ID, and so we can display them. So inside this now I'm going to use what, the update. So I'm going to use the update food card. So inside the update food card we're going to have the restaurant. The restaurant, it will be equal to what, restaurant. And then we're going to have the menu item. Menu item will be equal to what, the menu item here. And then we're going to have options. Option will be equal to what, option. No, options. Option. Good. And then we should pass the key. So key, let's make it option.id. So we're good to go. And then we can save this, and you can see it's already displaying what, our updated food card. So we've not added the options here. So if I save this, see, it's working. So we'll come there, and then let's finish with this so that everything we do over there will display in real time. So we can come outside the scroll view here. We'll come outside the scroll view here and use the view. And view will be equal to, so we're going to say update item style, and then footer, we have the footer container, and then we have the touchable opacity. Let's bring touchable opacity from React Native, and then touchable opacity will give it an onPress function that we will write shortly. So we're going to say onPress will be this, and then we'll write the function shortly. So we're going to get text. Let's import text from React Native as well, and then we're going to pass a style to it. So quickly I'm going to pass an inline style to this. I'm going to get the font size will be 13. I'm going to get the font weight will be 600, and I'm going to give it color. Let's give it color. I'm just going to give it color green. Can bring the color down, and then in here I'm going to call it, let's call it add new additives. So if I save that now, beautiful, you can say this is beautiful, isn't it? So green, not green. So add new additive, this is beautiful. So that's all we want to do there. So we can now start. Let's get our additive from our update food card. So inside the update food card we can come here. So inside our update card container we're going to render view view from React Native, and then let's have text from React Native as well. And inside this text, I'm going to let's add style to it, and I'm just going to get the font size. Font size will be, let's use font size of 15 here, and then font weight of let's use font weight of 600. Then inside here, I'm just going to get the cart. So let's get the cart item and then dot name. So we'll get the name. So if we press, you can see this is beautiful, and it's the same veggie supreme, veggie supreme, veggie supreme, veggie supreme. Everything is working out fine. So after the name, we can let's come after the name, and after the name, let's render another view. Inside this view, I'm going to pass text into it. So I'm going to pass text into style into this. So the style will be, let's use update item style and price container. So we have a price container, and then we can bring this text here, and we'll just make adjustment to it. So this text will be price. Because this is not the price, this is the item price, but we want to display the price of the additive, the item price and the additive. So what we'll use is, that's where we'll use the option. Yes, the option is equal to the selected additive, so we're supposed to use the option here. So I'm just going to come here and we're going to say option. So okay, let's put the currency, we're using dollars, so we'll get the option, and then option good. So we have additive total price. So we have additive total price, and then additive total price will add it towards the cart item. So we'll get a price from the cart. So we could do cart item dot price, and then if it's, so we do not throw error, we can make the initial to be 0. If it's not provided, make it equal towards 0. So we'll use 0. So that's it. So if we save this now, so we can continue, and then we'll come outside of this view. The next thing we do is we render text. So we render text, and then inside this text I'm just going to provide an inline style to this. So the style will use font size. Let's use font size 13. Can use font size 13, then font weight, let's use font weight of 600, and then we want to provide margin top. So I'm going to say margin top, so margin top of 5, and then we'll come here, and then we'll get the options. So inside the option we have our additive options, and then we can map through that. So we can map through it and then get the options and then the index. So from there we can get the view. Let's use our view from React Native, and then we'll pass key to this. The key will be, let's use opt.id, and inside here we can get the text. So we get text from React Native, and inside it, so we're going to get, so from here we can get the name. Then after the name, we're going to say if index is less than option additive options. Okay, I think we need to minimize this at this point. Additive options, so additive options dot length. So if it's less than 8, and then if it's equal to the last, rather, so we're going to say if it's less than the last additive option. That's what it's just saying here. Let me bring this down. So this length, and this shows if it's the last. If it's not the last, So if it's not the last, what we want to do is, if it's not the last, what we want to do is we add comma. So we're going to put it in here like this, else you don't add anything. So we can just do it this way. So if it's not equal to the last, if it's less than the last, then we to add comma, else it won't add anything. So when we are displaying the additive names, because it's an array, so we want to separate them with the comma, and if it's not equal to the last, so by the time I save it, you'll see what I'm talking about. So if I save this now, so you see what I'm talking about. So in this situation, we selected three additives. So we have the medium, and then you can see it separated it by comma. We have the period deep, and it's separated by comma, and we have the BBQ chicken, and BBQ chicken is the last. Because BBQ chicken is the last, there's no comma, so everything just remains there. So everything is working out fine. And then so we can continue. So the next thing we want to do is we'll come outside of the text, come outside of this text, and then we'll use our touchable. Let's import touchable opacity. So we're going to get touchable opacity, and then inside touchable opacity, let's pass a style to it. The style will be update item style dot edit button. So, and then we'll have an unpressed there. So for now, we're just going to put something, and then we'll come back to it later, and we're good to go. So inside here, we're going to pass text. Let's get text from React Native, and then the text will have edit, and then we're going to pass style to it as well. So we're going to say, let's pass an inline style. So we're going to say font size is 13, and then font weight is 600. So we're going to have view. So view will be, let's pass this, let's say bottom. So we're just going to pass an inline style to this. So bottom will be -1, and then we import iron icons. So we imported iron icons, and then iron icons. So inside the iron icons, so we can have name will be arrow, let's call it arrow forward. Then we have color. So color will be colors. Let's get the colors from our colors, our constant. So we're going to use colors.blackout. And then we have size. The size will be 17. So if we do it this way, cool, this is beautiful, isn't it? So we're doing very well. So after that we need to update the quantity. So we need to do the quantity update. So we'll come here, and we'll get a view. Inside this view, I'm going to get style. So style will be update. So it will be update item style dot. So we're going to have update button section, yes. And then inside here, we're going to have another view, and inside this view, we're going to say style will be equal to update item style dot what add. So we have add button container, and inside this, so we can just copy our updates from our additive. So we're going to have our additive modal here. So we have it here. So we're going to copy everything from here. So this is what we're going to use. So we can come to our update food card, and inside here we're going to paste everything. So we import pressable. Let's import pressable from React Native, let's get an design from our iron icons. So we need to also get the animated numbers. We need to get our count. So everything is fine. So we'll bring in the decrease quantity, the quantity, everything, and then the admitted numbers. So let's go back to our additive here. So we're just going to copy, it's just going to be the same. So we're going to get we'll get these two. So we need to get the use state too. We need to get this. So we need to get the use state. So let's import use state from React. It has been imported. We need to get animated numbers. So let's import animated numbers. So I think we're good to go. Let's see. Okay, on close. So even here we're not going to be using, so we can remove the unclose. We can remove the unclose, and then we still have an error. So let's check where the error is coming from. Okay, we need to get, so we need to get the style. I think I provided one inside. So let's get the style from update item style dot animated count. Do we have? Yes, we have animated count. So we can save everything. So we'll go back to the restaurant, and you can see it's still retained. So good, beautiful. You can see everything is working out fine. So the last one we want to pass here is after the pressable. After the pressable, we'll come here and use our view again. So from the view, we're going to get the style. So the style we're going to get, let's pass an inline style to this. So we're going to say padding vertical will be 5, padding vertical, and then margin horizontal will be 10. And then we are going to add text to this. Let's get text from React Native, and then we're going to say option. So we're going to say option.cart item price. Good. So let's style it a little. Let's add, first of all, let's add the currency, and then we can add, I'll just add an inline style to it as well. So font size, there's nothing serious about it. So we have font size will be 13, and then font weight will be 600. So we're good to go. If we look at it now, this is beautiful. So we're good to go. So the next thing we want to do is we want to perform. So we're not going to be using all this. We're going to use something different. We're going to use for the, so we're going to use the add. So instead we're going to use handle, let's call it handle add to cart. So when the quantity update, we're supposed to handle add to cart, and then we're going to pass the option. So when you create the function shortly, and then the second one is handle remove. So we'll pass option into this as well, and then let's call this handle remove from cart. Handle remove from cart. So we're going to handle remove from cart. So we're not going to be using the quantity update, we're not going to be using all this, so we're going to use something else. So quickly, I'm just going to write that. So I'm going to say const, let's say const handle add to cart. Const handle add to cart will be, we're going to pass an argument to it. So the argument, it will be additive. So additive will be selected additive params. So selected additive params. So, and then let's write for const handle remove from cart. So, and then it will also pass the argument, and it will be selected additive params. So where's the error coming from? Let's check it. Okay, the quantity here will be option.quantity. So option.quantity. So it will show the real quantity. So you see it's working as 3, and then everything is working fine. So the next thing we'll do is we'll do the handle cart. So we can just copy the one we have here and make adjustment to it. So we will come here and this one. So we'll copy this and then make adjustment to it. So we'll copy this. We'll copy this and then bring it to our food. So we'll come to our handle add to cart. So we'll paste this in, and then inside this we're going to use, this will be equal to our additive dot quantity. This will be equal to our additive dot quantity. This will be edit dot. So this will be edit dot quantity as well. This will be edit dot quantity. This will be edit dot cart item price. This will be edit dot so this one will be, I think we use within. So let's see what we use there. We use additive options. So that's the thing. So inside here we are going to use edit cart. So everything is working fine. That's all we need to do here. So if I increase it now, you will see what would happen. If I increase the quantity, you can see this is beautiful and everything is updated in real time. So that's the essence of everything we'll be doing, the logic. So you can see the quantity has been increased, and then you see it is 716. The price has been increased, and you can see it's retaining the original price. So you can see that we have the total cart price to be 716, and then you can see this is the original the unit price. So you can see everything is displaying beautifully. So you can see the price changed and it's updated. The quantity also is updated, and you can see it's the same with the quantity we have here. So if I remove this, you can see the quantity here too is what, 4. So if I press on the plus icon again, it will go back to the what, update last customization. And if we check the logic, let me go to our cart slice. So if we come to our cart slice, this is where the logic is. So what we're just doing in essence is we're looping through what the customization, the additive already existing in the cart, using what defined index, and we want to find a match where the options are identical, when the options of the currently existing additives is equal to what the options of the additive we are trying to add. So that's what is just happening here. So we are checking for identical options where they are the same. So once we get the defined index, if the method is true, then the find index will get the index of that additive inside the cart. So we'll get the index. That means it's a match for this additive we are trying to update here. So if we're able to get the index, if we're able to get a match and identical options, it will be saved inside get item index. So we'll get the index of that additive in the cart that matches the options here. So once we get that, we want to check. So that's what we're doing there. Once we get this, we'll come here and then get, and then here we will, before we start working on it, we want to check and make sure that that index is not undefined and is not equal to -1. So if it's equal to -1, that means there's no match. So that means that there's no match inside the existing cart, inside the existing additive in the cart. That means there's no match. But if it's not equal to -1, what we now want to do here is we want to access. So we are telling here, what we are doing is we now access what that array. So that's why we are passing it. So we are going inside the additive and accessing what the array. So that's what this one is just saying here. That means customization. Now we are accessing the additives who has this get item index. That's what it's saying. So we are storing that additive will now be stored inside what the existing additive, so that we can update it, we can make changes to it. So once you get existing additive, now the existing additive becomes the additive whose index is equal to the is equal to what, whose index is equal to the what get item index. So we can now take the existing additive item and then we update it. So that's why when we now take update existing additive, when we come to existing additive, we can now get the quantity property of that additive, and then we'll increase it. We say that's why we're saying plus. So we're increasing. That means that additive is already existing. So if it's already existing, what we just want to do is what, to increase what, the quantity. So if we increase the quantity, we also need to what, update the price, the total price of what, the item, because the total price of the item will change. So, and to achieve that, what I did here is we'll get the price of the item. We'll get the price of the item. In this case, the price is $4. So you can see this is the price here. The price is $4. So we'll get the price of the item and multiply it by the quantity, the current quantity of what, of the additive. So that is, and the current quantity is 4. So that's the current quantity. Current quantity is 4. So that will give us the total item, the current total price. And then we will now say, we will now add it to what, the additive total multiplied by what, the quantity. So we'll get the total of the additive and then multiply it by what, the current quantity. And that's just what we're doing. So from there you now get what, you get the current price, which is what, 716. So that's the idea. So we'll come back to our update card. So come back to our update card, and then the next thing we want to do is we want to handle remove, so that we can reduce the additive, the quantity. And to do that, we'll first of all go in here and get the logic inside the cart slash. So we're going to get the remove. Let's do the remove from cart. So to do the remove from cart, so I'll come here, I'll use this remove from cart, and let's just copy it and make adjustment to it. So I'll come here and paste it here, so we can make adjustment to it. So I'm going to say remove additive from cart. So, and the payload action is going to be the same for this. We'll get the item ID. So the third thing we'll get here is the additive ID. So let's call it additive ID. The additive ID will be string. Let me bring it down here. So inside here we're also going to add what, the additive ID. The additive ID. And then we can come here, so so I'm going to make this let's call it cart item present. So I'm going to call it cart item present. Oh no, so we're leaving this. We want to get if the restaurant is, we want to first of all find if the restaurant is already existing in the cart. So we'll map through the state, we'll go through the cart, and I want to check if the restaurant is existing. So if the restaurant is existing, if the restaurant is not existing, we'll return. So the function will not continue. So we'll return. That means there's nothing to remove if the restaurant is not existing. So else we will now get. So if the restaurant is existing, the next thing we want to do is to get. We want to get the cart item if the cart item is present. So we're just going to come here and say const. Let's say cart item present So cat item present will be set to be equal to restaurant. Restaurant is existing, and then we want to get the items, and then we'll pass the find method to the. So we want to say find, and then we want to get a cat. So for each cat, we want to get the restaurant. So we want to get the items. So for here, we want to get the items, and then we're going to say item. So we'll get item ID. Let's say item.id. So item.id equal to item ID. So I want to get that. So if it's already existing, it will save it inside what cat present. That means cat present item present will be what true. So, but if it's not existing, so we want to get, if it's not existing, we don't also want to continue. There's nothing to remove if that item is not existing in the cart. So we'll just say return. So we'll return else. We'll come into what we get the additive. So we can get the additive index. So to get the additive index in this case, I'm just going to change this. So I'm going to change this to additive. Let's get the index, and then we map through this, and then after this so after the items, we want to use the find index there. So we'll have to get the cat item present. So we'll get the cat item present, and then we want to check if the customization there. So we'll map through what the customization. That's if the cat item is present. So we want to check the. So we use the index of the current customization of the current additive. So we use customization. So we're going to say customization.find index. So inside here we will come and use, let's call it additive. So additive, I'm going to say additive. So inside the additive we'll get the ID, where is equal to what the additive ID. So we can come here and say if. So we're going to be using in here, we're going to be using additive. Let's call it additive. We call it additive index. So we're going to say if additive index is not equal to -1, and then if it's not equal to -1, and then we need to get if additive index is not equal to undefined. If additive index is not equal to undefined, and then we also need to get if and cat item present the customization is true. So cat item present the customization is true. Bring this down. So customization is true. So I want to make sure these three criteria are true before we perform this loop, and you can see even the error is gone. So if it is true, what we'll do here is we can turn this. We'll make the so that means we'll get the so we'll make this so if all these criteria are true, then we will access what the additive with what the additive index. So we're saying we're telling it to access inside the additive items. We access the additive whose index is equal to what the additive index. So we are saving that additive inside the additive. So the whole information about that additive will be inside what this additive here, additive, so that we can now we can make changes to that additive, we can update it. So once we've done that, then we can come here and say, so we can access the quantity of the additive, so that we can reduce it. So we're going to say additive, and it will bring what you can see. So okay, sorry, it's not supposed to be existing restaurant. So it's supposed to be cat item present dot customization. So we're accessing the cat item. Okay, I know why it's throwing that error. So cat item, let's remove this for now. So we're getting, so that's the thing. So we are getting what the additives. So inside the, for the additive now, we'll access the additive we'll access the additive with what the additive index, whose index is equal to what the additive index. So we're telling it to access that additive, and then the additive will be saved inside what ADT. So if we come here, we can now get what the quantity. See, this is beautiful. And then we'll say if the quantity is greater than 1, then we want to what reduce, we want to decrease it. So we're going to say ADT the quantity minus. So if I say ADT, you can see we can get the quantity, and then we reduce it, we decrease it. And then if we decrease it, we also need to what update the price. So inside here, what we're going to do is I'm going to get the cart item present, because we need to reduce the price. So we need to say price, so it will be equal to the current ADT, because ADT has been what updated here. So if it is 4, by the time we perform quantity minus decrease the quantity, ADT dot quantity becomes what 3. So all we just need to do is get the ADT, we get the additive dot quantity. So at this point, the additive dot quantity has become what 3, because the operation has been performed here. And you know that's how programming works. It will run this function first before it comes to this. So at this point, this stop being 4, it will reduce, perform the decrements, makes it 3, and then we can use the current additive quantity, which is now 3, and then we'll multiply it by what the price. So we'll multiply by the price, and then what we also do here is we can now add it. So we update the additive total too. So the additive total will be equal to additive total price. So and then multiply by what the quantity, because the quantity now is 3, so it will be the quantity. So and that's all we need to do there. So I need to give you also the correct and the current price. So if it's greater than 1, it will decrement it, else it will come here. We'll come here and use the cart item. So we'll come here inside the cart item, we're going to say cart item dot customization, and then the customization we can now use splice. So splice method, and then we remove the additive. So we're going to remove the additive with the additive index. It's that simple. So we'll remove the additive whose index is equal to what the additive index, and that's all we need to do here. So you can see everything that they are similar. So I can come here and then you get the item present, the quantity. Then I'm going to say const. Then I can come here and say const total. So we'll say let's get the total cart item price. So total item price, we'll get the item present. Then we'll get the customization. Inside the customization, we can use the reduce method. So we use the reduce method, and then so we'll get the additive. So get the additive dot cart item price, and then we're going to make the initial will be 0. So we're good to go. And then we can update what the cart item price here. So this will update the total price of the item, of that cart item. That's it. So we'll make it equal to this. So we've done all that. We can also come here and say so that it will not throw, it's nullish, so that we can use 0, it will not throw an error if it's not provided. So we can come here and then we also need to get if. So we're going to use cart item present. Inside there we want to get the customization and get the length. If it's not equal to 0, okay, we'll get cart item. So we want to get cart item present or customization. So because we are using, so it's supposed to be this dot length. If it's not equal to 0, or cart item, we'll get cart item present dot quantity. So yes, cart item dot quantity. If cart item dot quantity is not equal to 0 as well, want to compare it. So if it's not equal to 0, we'll get the restaurant. So we'll get the restaurant is existing. So restaurant is existing dot items. So restaurant is existing dot items. So restaurant is existing dot item will be equal to, it'll be equal to, so we want to, okay, let me just write everything first for now, then we can explain it later. So it will be equal to restaurant is existing, then we'll get the items, and then we'll filter. So so what we're doing here is in the case where the item is equal to 0, we want to remove it from the cart. We want to remove that item from the cart if there's nothing inside. So I want to remove that. So we'll now come here and say filter. So we'll say cart item. Let's say cart item, and then cart item. Remove this cart item. So cart item dot ID. Yes. So we'll get the ID is not equal to. So remove all. It will remove that item from the cart. So it will return all the other items except that one whose quantity or length is equal to 0. So that means it's empty. So we don't want to leave it there in our Redux store. So we'll remove it. So that's what we're doing here. And then we want to get if the restaurant is also what. So we want to get if the restaurant. So we want to check if the restaurant and items dot length equal to what, 0. So I want to say state dot cart. So we'll remove that restaurant also from the cart. So dot cart dot filter. So we'll say cart. So I want to say get the cart, then the restaurant. So I want to, it's not equal to what, restaurant ID. So if the restaurant too has nothing in it, if the restaurant is empty, there's no item existing in the restaurant, we want to remove that restaurant from what? From our Redux store. So that's just what we're saying here. And then there's this last one we need to, okay, I think that's all we need to do for now. So that's all we need to do for the remove from cart. So quickly we would also write let me just write some functions from a handler to empty the cart, and then so that we'll know we are done with. So I'm going to get the state. So here we want to empty the cart. So I'm saying, so we're going to say state, and then we're going to say state dot cart. We'll empty it. Then we want to empty the restaurant cart. So to empty restaurant, let me just call it empty restaurant cart. So to empty the restaurant cart, we're going to get the state as well, and then we'll get the action. Action will be payload action. Okay, so payload action, and instead of payload action we need to get, so we're going to say restaurant ID. We need to get a restaurant ID, so I'm just going to say restaurant ID. It'll be string. So restaurant ID will be a string, and then from here we can destructure it, and then we'll get action.payload. So we'll get the restaurant ID. So inside here, so the restaurant ID will be the state.cart will be equal to what, state. So let's say state state.cart, then we'll filter it just similar to what we did earlier in the remove additive from cart. So we're going to say cart, and then we'll get a restaurant and then get the ID. So we return all the restaurant except the one whose ID is equal to what? Restaurant ID. And that's all. So we're good to go. So we can now pass all these to our actions, or cut slice actions. So what I'll do here is, so then we can, so we'll come here, we remove additive from cart, then we empty the cart item, and then we empty the restaurant. Cool. So I think we're good to go. So we can save this. So if we save this, we can now come back to this, and then okay, we still need to pass the handler. We still need to run the handler from the from our update food card. So come to our update food card and go to our remove additive. So here we're going to say dispatch. We're going to get a dispatch, and then let's import remove additive from cart. So I will say dispatch remove additive from cart, and then we'll come here, and then we'll get the restaurant ID. The restaurant ID will be equal to restaurant ID. Then we'll get the item ID. The item ID will be menu item .id, and then we'll get the additive ID. Remember, these are the parameters, the argument we passed. So I need to be additive. So the additive.id. So let's pass the optional chain into it. So this is it, and everything is working fine. And you can see we're getting the additive ID from here. So to get the ID of the additive, and then we'll get the menu item ID, the restaurant ID. So all are coming from here. Restaurant and menu item. So that's it, we're good to go. So we need to pass it to our remove, our decrease quantity. So we'll come down here. Yes, inside our, so okay, we've already passed it, so we can undo remove from cart. So we're good to go. So if everything worked out fine now, and I remove, let's reduce the quantity, and you see what would happen just now. Cool, beautiful. You can see it has reduced it, it has decreased it, and then the price also updated. And if you come here, you can see the quantity in the cart. This is the quantity of the cart item. It has reduced to 3, and then the cart item price. So let me show you that as well. So you see this is the price, this is the unit price of the item, and then we want to get the cart item. Where's the cart item? So if we come here, you can see, so if we come here, you can see this is the additive total. The additive total is what? 175. So additive total is 175 plus our price, that gives us the what? 179. So we have the cart item price. The cart item price is 537. It has updated it, and we have what? The quantity. You can see the quantity now is 3. This is on the item level. That's where we get the total calculations from. So if I increase, let's increase it. If I increase it to 4, so that's been increased. And then if I come here, so you can see I've increased it to 4, and you can see the quantity has changed, and you can see the cart item price also what changed, and everything is working fine. So this is the total price of the item, including the additives. So this is the total, this is the additive total. You can see it remains the same. That's the unit price of the additive total. So everything is working fine. And then we have what? The quantity. So the unit total price will be the total price, the total additive, and then plus the total price, and it remains what? 179. So you can see the unit total remains the same, whereas this what changes. So if I continue, so if we reduce, and then if we come down here, you can see that everything is working fine. So if I reduce, if I keep reducing the quantity, so 2, and you can see everything is working well. So we have 1, and you can see it's the same. So if I click it again, it should remove it. Cool, beautiful. And you can see it has removed it from cart, and then you can see everything is working fine. So we'll go back to the ad again, and you can see this is beautiful. Everything is starting from afresh again. So if I, let's add something. So we have let's get, so we have 114. So let's increase the quantity, it's 228, whereas the unit price is 114. So if I add it, you can see this is beautiful, and then we can come here and then we can update what the quantity. This is cool. So, and we are good to go. So the next thing we want to do is, when we press on the new add new additive, we will need to go back to what we want to go back to the additive modal. So we'll come to our update quantity here, yes, and then here we're going to write open update modal. And remember, we add open update modal, so we have it. Open update modal, it's here. So we have our open update modal, and then so open update modal, so that's for update quantity. If you come to our button here, so you can see open update modal, so it will show what additive modal. Do you understand? So this is the reason why we are passing the timeout, so that it will close this modal and then open what the show additive modal. So that's just the logic here. So that's why we're using modal.rev.current.close modal. So it will close this modal, and then we can open what the additive modal, and we're passing 2 seconds. So if I save it, save the quantity, and then so if we want to add new additives, we can now press on what open this. If I press add, you can see this is beautiful. So it closed it and then open what a new